and that's the most important thing, arguably. Pavel Sivakov is chatting to the British feed right now, and he is saying that I've got my feedback, thank you. He's saying that UAE want to give away the jersey today. Quote, if it's too heavy to bring back. He said he'll be surprised if Visma Lease-A-Bike sends Matteo Jorgensen up the road. That's always an option. And I'm sure they won't let him get away. But I think there's going to be an element of monitoring who goes in this breakaway. However, if it's a big enough breakaway and the invitation has been put out there for other riders to take advantage, if a group that is very large goes up the road, I can see a prolific day for one of the breakaway riders. Which one? Who knows? But in 2.3 kilometres, everything gets underway. We'll look for riders at the front of the peloton by Christian Prudhomme's car. I remember stage 1, we predicted Benjamin Thomas correctly to go into the breakaway. He ended up taking the King of the Mountains jersey, and there's plenty of King of the Mountains points on the route today. The King of the Mountains jersey, of course, worn by Jonas Vingegaard, because Tadej Pogacar becomes the first rider since Eddie Merckx in 1970 to hold the yellow jersey, green jersey, and polka dot jersey in the same tour. Somebody who's not going to be in the breakaway is Tim Merlier, slotted just behind Jonas Vingegaard. Doesn't look too interested in being up front at this point. But plenty of riders towards the front, notably Tom Stroins in the Latvian national champions jersey on the right-hand side of the road. Georg Zimmermann as well for Intermarché 1T, so we could have 2 national champions jerseys up the road. One much better than the other. Yes, I'm still reeling about the German national champions jersey design from Intermarché 1T, but not long to go at all before the stage gets underway. Riders who have got points in the King of the Mountains jersey at the moment is Anders Harland Johannesson, who's on 1. Kevin Vauquelin's also got 1. And Lenny Martinez has 2. Will Tim Wellens want to go in the breakaway to take the jersey from Pogacar? I don't think so, based on Pavel Sivakov's interview. They said they kind of want to give all the jerseys away to make sure they're not doing any post-race interviews, because it's bad for recovery. So who wants to sacrifice a little bit of their own recovery to take a jersey? On my stream right now, there is 1 kilometre before we get underway, so I'm a bit worried that First Cycling is way ahead of me. I think they're doing it just on timings, because it's just gone to quarter to 12 now. Less than a kilometre to go until the flag drops. And Christian Prudhomme is probably getting his hands ready, stretching out to put in the most effort that he does all day. And plenty of Intermarché 1T jerseys towards the front, including the German national champion, perhaps prioritising Georg Zimmermann, or somebody like Louis Barret given the opportunity to go. I think it will go very quickly if sprinters get in the move, but with the intermediate sprint coming so early, do the sprinters teams want to make sure that the breakaway doesn't go to pick up maximum points? Here goes then, Christian Prudhomme is pictured in the back of the car. The glasses come on, and he will soon pop out of the sunroof of the red Skoda at the front of the peloton. This is an important stage for two of the key French riders in general classification. It's near to the home of Guillaume-Martin Guionnet of Groupama FDJ, but more importantly, we are in prime Kevin Vauquelin territory. Will he be allowed to go up the road? I'm sure he wants to in his home region. But will UAE Team Emirates let the Frenchman go? Because he is very high on general classification. Prudhomme's out the car, the yellow flag in his hand. And it's time to place your bets on breakaway bingo. Approaching kilometre zero now. Biniam Girmay towards the front, so maybe that's what Intermarché Wanty are going for. Victor Campenarts perhaps wants to go in the move as well, as the flag drops and the attacks immediately begin. Total Energy forming off the front, and Intermarché Wanty, as expected, are trying to either get in the move or monitor the move so that Biniam Girmay can sprint for maximum points. And it's Roel van Sint-Maartensdijk that begins things. The huge rider on Intermarché Wanty, one of the tallest riders in the peloton. And it's the Belgian team that are swarming all over the front at the moment. Perhaps they're just looking to control things, indeed so. So only 20 kilometres for them to ride to make sure that no breakaway goes. And then after the intermediate sprint, you would expect that the breakaway would be allowed up the road. But Intermarché Wanty clearly have circled the first 20 kilometres of this stage. Positioned quite comfortably in the peloton is Jonathan Milan in the green points jersey at the moment, leading that battle. Just behind Tadej Pogacar, so technically not leading, but leading the battle of the sprinters for the points jersey. And Jonas Vingegaard is right next to Milan. Far more of a slight figure than the Italian rider. But Turgis was towards the front, Abrahamson was there as well, and it makes sense for Turgis to be there, because Turgis is looking at sweeping up minor placings in the intermediate sprints. He's been doing it all tour. But for now, everybody is thankful for the pace of Roel van Sint-Maartensdijk. It is going to be a long stream, Lucas. Thankfully, Intermarché Wanty are looking to just pace it to the intermediate sprint point. So it's going to be a fast start, and then the breakaway will go, and that's when the stream will start getting long. But right towards the back at the moment is Mathieu Cataneo, as Biniam Girmay will be battling with the Lidl-Trek lead-out riders. That may have also been why Stroins was so close to the front. I am also praying for a breakaway as long as Mathieu Van Der Poel's in it, because I am very concerned now about potentially getting one wrong of my picks. I'm on an absolute roll at the moment. And I didn't mention this to you. I put all of my podcast picks. So Lanterne Rouge's members Discord thing. He does like a prediction competition. So you predict the stage winner for each stage. So I thought, I'll just listen back to the podcast and like throw in my predictions. And we may or may not be joint top of the leaderboard right now. Your shout to include the Jonas wife interview in the podcast was pretty good. It's popping off right now. Very useful. I was like, I know you don't know much about it. But I'm going to do it anyway, because I think we might get some rage bait style takes from you, but actually, you had quite a good opinion on it, I thought. Is that Kevin Vauquelin's face on a hot air balloon? Did I see that correct? It was Kevin Vauquelin's face on a hot air balloon, and the Kevin Vauquelin fan club are out. Surely he's got to attack through here. I know that the breakaway's not going, but for the sake of the fans. Get a camera on Kevin Vauquelin right now. But instead, the camera goes to the back of the peloton with Luke Plapp, who actually had some interesting stuff to say about Primoz Roglic on a podcast last night. Basically, he said, quote, Roglic doesn't give a fuck about GC or about facing Vingegaard and Pogacar, and he said, I don't give a fuck about them, I'm just going to race my own race. Which is the most logical I've ever heard Primoz Roglic. A typical Roglic answer would have been, we attack, we follow them, As we're about to have some team radio from Israel Premier Tech. It's popping off after the time trial from yesterday, seems to make sense. Israel Premier Tech says, it sounds like an indication that Trek will control the sprint. Also, Intermarché is controlling for the sprint. So, a little bit of an alliance being formed. Lidl-Trek jerseys beginning to come into the Intermarché Wanty train to cooperate. That makes sense from Roglic. Eyes Pogacar. Those guys, we follow those guys. But yeah, I was impressed with your take, especially because I knew you hadn't read the interview in full. I mean, I hadn't, so we were both uneducated. However, I was just kind of copying other people's opinions on it, to be honest with you. But yeah, I'll actually check it now. I might as well. I've got time, and we've just gone to an ad break on my stream, so let's have a look. Really good podcast. Is it the why Vingegaard might be stepping away from cycling clip? That's interesting that that's got a boost. Yeah, I thought it would be that clip. Either way, still no breakaway, and there will not be a breakaway likely until the intermediate sprint point. 195.5 kilometres remain in the day. We've done about 10 minutes of racing, and it's been a fairly regimented 10 minutes. We saw one brief attack with Van Sint-Maartensdijk and Anthony Turgis. But then Van Sint-Maartensdijk kind of realised that nobody was going with him, and settled for just pacing at the front of the peloton. And I think all of the teams now have kind of agreed that they will just ride it out to the intermediate sprint. Everybody then will sprint that wants to sprint. And I'm sure that will be a very entertaining, let's say, watch based on intermediate sprints of the past. But yeah, we'll see how it pans out, because they do love a chaotic intermediate sprint at the moment. Brian Coquard, I'm sure, will be watched very closely by everybody, and I'm sure we'll talk about this in the podcast later. But I need to remember to discuss the yellow card given to Brian Coquard. Sorry, I've just brought up a load of flipping code on the screen. However, if I paste it into here, then now I know where every single rider is, so I'm cheating. Milan, please, I need points. I think I need points a bit more than you do, but, you know, whatever. What is my fantasy team? Have I changed my captain? No, I haven't, but it's a hill stage, and I kind of wanted to keep it as Remco, so thank you to me for guessing. Unless Lennart Van Eekveld or Martinez might go in the break. Lenny Martinez might go in the break. Should have picked Martinez, captain. Sticking with your Jonas pick until Paris. You are a Danish interview believer then. I understand. Well, they basically said the same to the English press from the one clip I've seen. So yeah, I've seen it all before, really. But no, I am desperate for points, and Jonathan Milan is going to be desperate for points because Pogacar does not want to be in the green jersey. It's his first day ever in green, and he said, I won't be wearing it for very long. I mean, he mostly won't be wearing it because he's in the yellow jersey, and I think that was what he meant. But I could see him giving away the green jersey as well as the yellow and the polka dot today because the murmurings are breakaway. Ain't no way I'm picking Tadej, man. That would be treason. You would be arrested by Danish authorities for voting against your boy. But no, I am fairly sure that this intermediate sprint will be contested by everybody, and we will get the classic case that we are seeing in this Tour de France especially, of lead-out riders getting involved, trying to take points off sprinters from other teams, causing chaos, and perhaps we'll see another yellow card given out, because if we're giving a yellow card to Pogacar, then we will have more than 200 yellow cards by the end of this Tour de France based on peloton conduct. Who knows, maybe after the Pogacar yellow, riders might be a little more, not necessarily respectful, but take less risks in the sprints. We'll find out fairly shortly though, because we're around 10 kilometres into today's stage, which means we are halfway to the intermediate sprint point. And the intermediate sprint will be played out in Villers-Bocage. Honestly, one of the main places to watch the Tour de France at the moment is the intermediate sprints based on what's been going on. You might get some bottles, mainly because they fall out of bottle cages when somebody crashes. But, you know, that's all the fun of the fair, I suppose. However, grouped peloton, again, nobody has tried any moves whatsoever. It should be an easy one to control for Lidl-Trek and Intermarché Wanty. So the pressure's on Biniam Girmay and Jonathan Milan because they have shown their cards early and have shown their interest in the sprint as Cofidis are moving riders up on the right-hand side of the road. EF are also there or thereabouts with Ineos 2. An Alpecin left-hand side. I don't think they will be going for Mathieu Van Der Poel green jersey, but this could be telling if the Dutchman tries to sweep up some minor points at this intermediate sprint as we go past the L'Église Notre Dame. One of the many churches on the route. I don't know where I got shirts from. As there's another massive Vauquelin banner. This is prime Kevin Vauquelin territory at the moment. And I am loving the vibes for a rider who is not as well known in the peloton as the big hitters. Towards the back for now is the leader of Picnic Postenel, Oscar Onley. He's got Warren Barguil there or thereabouts near to him. And also towards the back is Callum Scottson. But a big Normandie Vauquelin banner tagged to a house, and we're getting a replay of the hot air balloon with Kevin Vauquelin's face on it. And just all of the Kevin Vauquelin fans out. Vauquelin, who's having a explosion in his career. I'd argue that the stage win last year was when he burst onto the scene. However, he's kicked on this year in very fantastic fashion. Currently sitting third in the general classification, ahead of Lucas's Pookie, Jonas Vingegaard. That will not be the last time that I reference the Vingegaard performance from yesterday, I'm sure. Key talking point, probably more so than Remco Evenepoel's stage win or Tadej Pogacar gaining time, because David Miller on ITV commentary said that it was the worst TT performance that he'd seen from Jonas, and he was shocked that he didn't have it. And I agree, to be honest with you. But Intermarché Wanty remain on the front with Roel van Sint Maartensdijk. Well over 6 foot tall. The big Dutchman who was on Volker vessels. That's off the top of the head, which is arguably quite worrying. And pretty autistic. But we move. The peloton are moving very quickly into Villers-Bocage. 9 kilometres to go until we reach the intermediate sprint point. And Biniam Girmay is sat deep in his Intermarché Wanty train. He's got Georg Zimmermann on the wheel. So I wonder whether Zimmermann in the white tube bike for the German national champion. The bike looks a lot better than the jersey, I'll say that for free. I wonder whether straight after the sprint, Georg Zimmermann's job will be to get into the breakaway. I might have to enter the Tour myself and get revenge next year, SMH. By revenge, I mean crash into Pogacar. I mean, you could do that without entering the Tour. You just need a big banner that says Ali or Piomi on it. I'm trying to think of like a Jonas Vingegaard crash pun, but one's not coming to mind right now. But forward comes Luke Durbridge on the right-hand side of the road, and 3 EF jerseys head forward. Of course, they don't have Marijn van den Berg, or they do have Marijn van den Berg, I should say. But he's out of the picture, really, in terms of intermediate sprint points, or going for the green jersey. A couple of stage wins might throw him back into the mix, but I don't see them coming around anytime soon, especially multiple. One, potentially, there's always a chance. Don't give me ideas. I wonder what Girmay does as well after the sprint. He seems like the type of guy to continue pushing on and form a breakaway. Maybe help out Georg Zimmermann. Or is he going to be literally all in for the green jersey and not do that? I mean, even the breakaway could make it, so the likes of Girmay could get bonus sprint points at the end of the stage. And Pogacar had some choice words to say about gaining sprint points on a time trial, which we will get to later in the stream. But for now, let's have an idea of where we are, and we'll start off with withdrawals. So since the last stream, which was on this channel at least, before the time trial, we've had 2 riders drop out of the race. One of them is Emilien Jonier from his injuries that he suffered in quite a nasty crash on stage 3, right at the end with the sprint. Went careering into the barriers, and I did worry that he wouldn't start the next stage. He did start the next stage, but he did not start the time trial. Seemingly the injuries were a little bit too much, and he's had to pack the race in. And I'm surprised, to be honest, that he made it even to the next stage, because that was destined for a failed concussion protocol. But I mean, what are the chances really that the concussion protocol was done properly at all? Pretty high. Jasper de Boist is the other withdrawal, and I am gutted about that. One of my favourite riders in the peloton, one of the best lead-out riders in the world on his day, and that is definitely not biased. So Arnaud Delis is without his main lead-out rider because he picked up a fever before the time trial, or at the end of stage 4, and Lotto, quite frankly, did not want to risk him, and that is fair enough to them. However, if it was me, I would have kept Jasper in the race purely because I love Jasper de Boist. So those are the 2 withdrawals for now, and the current GC picture. In fact, let's do predictions, because my last stream was stage 4, where I predicted Tadej Pogacar to win the stage, and my other 2 ones to watch were Mathieu Van Der Poel and Matthias Skjelmose. And it was a good day for predictions, a very, very good day for predictions, because Pogacar did indeed win the stage, and I am 4 for 5, or at that point, 3 for 4. I did predict Remco Evenepoel for the stage win yesterday, so I am 4 for 5. On stage winner predictions, Mathieu Van Der Poel finished 2nd, Skjelmose nestled in the top 10 in 9th, but could not make it to the front group. That included Romain Grégoire, who just attacked off the front of Skjelmose and Vauquelin to get to that front group and be in and around the stage win battle. But it was Pogacar that took the stage win. However, I am chuffed to bits with 3 in the top 10. Spyro's thinking that Van Der Poel will win again today, and my predictions for today's stage is Mathieu Van Der Poel. What a surprise. So, based on recent form, Mathieu Van Der Poel does win the stage because we're 4 for 5 right now. So, I'm looking to go 5 for 6, and the Dutchman, I'm sure, will deliver. I want to keep an eye on Remco Evenepoel today, not necessarily for the stage win, but just to see how he performs and if the confidence is up after his victory in the time trial yesterday. And to see if he's more on the offensive today in terms of GC riders and battling with those. And keep an eye on Matej Mohoric, I think. If it's going to a breakaway, the likes of Mohoric, the likes of Michael Storer as well, I noticed, could be shoo-ins for the breakaway today. Kevin Vauquelin might have been another, but will UAE Team Emirates or Visma Lease-A-Bike or Soudal Quickstep let the Frenchman go, because he is having an all-time Tour de France at the moment, and is it too much of a risk to send Vauquelin into a breakaway that may get minutes if it's a big enough group that goes to the finish? So those are my ones to watch. Van Der Poel for the stage win, Remco for the GC, and Matej Mohoric for the breakaway. A nice little spread compared to previous stages where I've just gone for 3 riders that will be in and around the stage win. I thought I'd vary it up a bit and go back to normal with these streams, where I pick more niche riders who might win it from a breakaway. How hard is the mountain stage on stage 10, do you think? That is a good question, but we've got some Lidl-Trek radio saying that Jonathan Milan would like the pace up. And the pace has gone up, but Lidl-Trek are not in and around the front. It is Intermarché 1T and it is Alpecin Deceuninck, so keep an eye on Mathieu Van Der Poel for potential green jersey points. He currently sits 4th in the points classification on 80 points. Anthony Turgis, we were talking about how he was going into the breakaway, or trying to get into the breakaway with Vincent Mansdijk early in the stage. He is on 57 points, which is 40 behind the current leader, Tadej Pogacar. However, he always finds himself in and around the minor placings in the same way that Brian Coquard does, but Coquard is going to be under a microscope for this intermediate sprint. He cannot deviate at all or bump into anybody whatsoever now that he's on a yellow card, and now that yellow cards are being given out. 4 incidents like that in stage 3. but Intermarché continuing to force the tempo on the front. With 3 kilometres to go until the intermediate sprint, I'm kind of going to lock in Spyro until the intermediate sprint point, but I'll answer your question after the intermediate sprint and we'll have a look at the profile in full. But yeah, I kind of need to lock in until the intermediate sprint. Roglic towards the back. Also in the picture, Remco Evenepoel and number 126, who is Luke Plapp, who mentioned in an interview that Roglic is not interested in Pogacar or Vingegaard. He's solely focused on Remco Evenepoel and getting a podium place. So Platt doing some investigative journalism in the peloton, which is nice of the Australian for him to offer that service to us. But 181.5 kilometres to go, which means there is not long at all until the intermediate sprint point. Just inside 1.5 kilometres until we get there, and it's Intermarché Wanty on the front. Jonathan Milan's got Simone Consonni in front of him, latching onto the back of the Intermarché Wanty train, which is ever increasing in pace, and it's down to Roel van Sint Maartensdijk to do his final turn. Laurens Rex will be leading out Biniam Girmay, as he always has at these intermediate sprints. And Laurens Rex involved in that bump, of course, of Brian Cocard that ended up with the Cofidis rider flying across the road into Jesper Philipsen and ending Philipsen's race. Very bluntly. But down to 3 riders left for Intermarché Wanty. Biniam Girmay is one of them, and I believe it's a slight uphill to this intermediate sprint point, and Intermarché Wanty are attacking the climb. This might suit Mathieu Van Der Poel, whose Alpecin Deceuninck teammates are towards the front at the moment. Jonas Ricard left-hand side, trying to overhaul the Intermarché Wanty train, and it is Van Der Poel third wheel, sat behind Caden Groves. So is this the first indication that Mathieu Van Der Poel wants the green jersey at this Tour de France? They are allowing, at the moment, the Intermarché Wanty lead-out rider to peel off the front of the peloton. Under 1 kilometre to go, and there's a bit of a lull in pace because Intermarché Wanty want to get their lead-out back in formation. Laurens Rex will have to close the gap with Biniam Girmay on his wheel. But all of these jerseys behind are not only waiting for the intermediate sprint, but waiting to launch their attack to get into the breakaway just after it. And forward come Lidl-Trek now. Simone Consonni, right-hand side of the Intermarché Wanty train, looking to overhaul the trio at the front. A little bit of shoulder barging between Consonni and the front rider at the moment, who, as he makes his way through the peloton, almost takes out his lead-out man, Laurens Rex, who has to get onto the wheel of Milan because Consonni has upped the tempo at the front of the peloton. Alpecin Deceuninck moving up on the right-hand side, as well as Intermarché Wanty, with Biniam Girmay slotting onto the wheel of his lead-out man, who has launched a move on the right-hand side. Girmay now in prime position, overhauling Jonathan Milan, who will want to go for the sprint. Girmay goes on the right-hand side of the road, Milan on the left-hand side with that traditional head bob sprint. Van Der Poel in the wheel of Girmay. Will he be able to get around the Eritrean? And will Milan take the sprint from the front? Indeed so. And that was convincing from Jonathan Milan. Mathieu Van Der Poel second, which is a big story in the green jersey classification, and more riders are looking to get away. That was an EF rider as well, trying to get up the road in the breakaway by following the sprint riders. And who presses on and who doesn't at this point? Quinn Simmons and Ben Healy are a duo that are pressing on. And off goes the American national champion, Ben Healy, in the wheel. Jonathan Milan says, I'm not having a bit of that. And will drop back to the peloton. But Healy and Simmons are away at the front in a 2-up move just after the intermediate sprint. More attacks, I'm sure, will come off the front as Decathlon Desert are trying to close this one down, so they've missed the move. As have XDS Astana, who were pacing across the intermediate sprint line. Turgis has not followed this, surprisingly. For Total Energy, I was expecting him to follow it. But seemingly only interested in the intermediate sprint points is Anthony Turgis. The first climb of the day will begin in around 6 kilometres time. And that might be the time for the pure punchers to attack, but at the moment, Ben Healy and Quinn Simmons have stolen a march on the peloton, and riders are starting to look around and wonder where their riders are to get into this breakaway move. Now attacks are being launched on the right-hand side. It's Schoins on the left that's going for it, gets into the wheel of an Uno X rider. A couple of Arkea B&B Hotels jerseys trying to get across as well. I wonder whether one of them might be Kevin Vauquelin, because Remco Evenepoel wears the white jersey. He's taken that over from Kevin Vauquelin. But Spyro asks what I think the smaller teams will do on this stage. They've got to pack the breakaway. They absolutely have to pack the breakaway. The likes of Total Energy, the likes of Uno X, the likes of Tudor even. I'm not sure whether Alaphilippe has proven that he can beat Van Der Poel, Pogacar and Jonas on these kind of stages. So yeah, if I'm the wildcard teams, the likes of Lotto as well, I'm getting as many riders as possible into this breakaway. I'm looking at someone like Brent Van Moor. Berkmo's has form as well. But out of the back of the peloton, Roel van Sint Maartensdijk has done his job for the day and will probably be sitting in the convoy for the rest of the day, as will Vito Bright, who was involved in the lead out for Biniam Girmay. But yeah, I think as many riders as possible should try to get up the road here, because this is the opportunity for a stage win. Pogacar has indicated that he wants to give the jersey away, and his UAE Team Emirates teammates have agreed with that statement. So the door is open for a breakaway to go and try and get the stage win. For now, though, Healy and Simmons are the only two that have forced a serious gap, with Udo Page heading out the back of the peloton, along with Mattia Cataneo, interestingly, who's a key domestique for Remco Evenepoel. Do I still think that Martinez will take the polka dot jersey? I think he might do it today. I think Martinez might be a shoo-in for the breakaway, because he's been saying in interviews recently, for context here, his granddad is like was a world champion mountain biker. But his granddad is also going blind, unfortunately. So the goal for him, he said, was for his granddad to see him in the King of the Mountains jersey before he went totally blind, which is a nice feel-good story if he does do it. So I think he's going to want to get in the jersey early. Whether he will keep it until the end of the race, I am not too sure. As Affini has a front wheel puncture on a descent section where the peloton got up to 90 kilometres an hour. So not a fantastic time to have a puncture going at that speed. And with the breakaway battle still very much on. But yeah, I don't think he'll win. I'm not sure whether he'll win the polka dot jersey at the end of this race. I think that's Pogacar. But I think he'll take the polka dot jersey at some point in the course of this Tour de France. Which riders are in the breakaway? At the moment, it's only two. We've got Quinn Simmons of Lidl-Trek and Ben Healy of EF Education EasyPost. Other moves have been tried, but they've been shut down. And it was Simmons and Healy who benefited from the sprinters going for the intermediate sprint, as Lidl-Trek are on the radio saying, "Boys, really good work. Guys, pay attention. Quinn for the breakaway." It's good to watch, I think. So Quinn Simmons has delivered on what was asked of him and has got into this breakaway, but I'm sure Simmons and Healy were expecting more riders to get into the move. And I'm sure that's the conversation that is happening right now. But Milan won the intermediate sprint, so he takes 20 points. Van der Poel second takes 17. And then Girmay in third. Anthony Turgis takes fourth. So once again, in and around the high placings at the intermediate sprint is the Total Energy rider. And I am surprised that he didn't go in the move, really. maybe that's a sole intention of going for as high of a position in the green jersey as possible, but I'd have thought Turgis would be more interested in stage wins than a top 5 in the green jersey. How do I get access to team radios? Is it just that it pops up on the TV? Yes. Yeah, I'm just reading what gets popped up off the TV. However, I am listening to race radio at the moment as well. So there they report like punctures or like riders off the back and stuff. So that was how I knew Affini punctured. But we've got another attack, and this looks a bit like Fred Wright for Bahrain Victorious. Looking behind him, so I wonder whether Lenny Martinez was supposed to follow that move, with Wright being a tug buddy for the Frenchman. And I don't think Wright wants to be out there on his own, so he's kind of dangling off the front of the peloton and waiting for somebody to attack up to him. For now, nobody has done that. Maybe his teammate was supposed to, though. I feel like that was the plan, and it's not been executed by Bahrain Victorious. Somebody like Guillaume Martin might get up the road, although he is a rider who very much enjoys being in the peloton and racing like a pure GC rider. But we've got a larger group trying to attack away now. This looks like 6 or 7 riders going off the front, and it's led by Wout van Aert. This is Wout van Aert going for Visma Lease-A-Bike, and that is not a bad wheel to follow at all. And it is being followed by a rider from Arkea B&B Hotels. Looks like Nylands is trying to get into this move as well. But for now, the peloton are trying to control this as Wout van Aert hands over. I think the Arkea rider is Raul Garcia Piernat, as he looks around, sees that everybody's on his wheel, including Søren Valenschol, the big Uno X rider. And there will be another lull, and that's another chance for Quinn Simmons and Ben Healy to get more time. I don't think that's what they want, though. They want riders more than they want time up the road, as we are about to begin the Côte du Mont-Pisson. 5.6 kilometres, 3.7% average, so a rising false flat, but the gradient does vary. As Nielsen Paulus is away with a rider from Tudor Pro Cycling, so it's another EF rider that is looking to bridge to Ben Healy. A look behind for Paulus and a shake of the head indicates that he was wanting a couple more riders to go with him. But will the rider from Tudor Pro Cycling sat on his wheel cooperate? Werdenskjold can't survive the climb, so why is he up there? Honestly, I don't know. I think he's probably up there to try and get somebody else in the breakaway. Somebody like Magnus Kort, maybe, who's better at going up the climbs. But it's Paulus and Haller that are on the road at the moment. In a second group, and there is a 7-man chase with 1 rider attacking across now and 3 more breaking away from the peloton. So here we are finally seeing a breakaway trying to form, and they're all together now. Let's see whether they work. Representatives from plenty of teams here, notably Israel Premier Tech, Lotto, Tudor Pro Cycling, and Visma Lease-A-Bike are getting a rider up the road. Now, will that alert UAE Team Emirates? I'm sure it will depend on which rider it is that is up there. But constantly now, riders are attacking away from the peloton, and it's going to be difficult to control for any of the teams that want the stage win. It looked a bit like Victor Campenaerts for Visma Lease-A-Bike going up the road. We'll see whether it actually is. But it's Jack Haig for Bahrain Victorious on the front. Looks over his shoulder and straight into the eyes of a rider from Alpecin Deceuninck. Ineos Grenadiers are up there as well. Tudor have got a second guy in this breakaway with Marco Haller. But the peloton are reeling them back. And I think that's partly thanks to all the attacks going off the front, which is not a positive sign for the likes of Healy, who is in this breakaway. So you saw the likes of Albanese, Connor Swift, Vermeersch, Van den Broek, Woods as well, with Nylands, who is a constant up the road and is a rider that is in my burner fantasy team. But Van den Broek will continue trying to peel this move off the front. It was, Boukmo's being the Lotto rider, so Lotto getting the right riders in the right breakaways and the wrong riders going out the back because Arnaud Delis is struggling. This looks like it's going to be the formation of the sprinters because Guillaume and Jonathan Milan are with Arnaud Delis, as well as a couple of flat riders from Bora, most notably Mick van Dijk. So a key ruler for Roglic out of the back early on in the stage. And Edward Theuns goes and gets himself a bottle from the convoy and doesn't look too good at the moment. So I wonder whether Theuns is suffering from something. We saw Jasper de Boist abandon yesterday because of a fever, so I wonder whether illness is starting to spread amongst the Tour de France peloton. But another attack gets launched. Trying to get one rider in the move up to Ben Healy and Quinn Simmons. And it is Astana who have peeled off the front with nobody in the wheel. And it is Harold Tejada that has made it across to this breakaway group of Healy and Simmons. With 169 kilometres to go. As Sam Watson and Tim Merlier are off the back, and Victor Campenaerts has just attacked away off the front. So Campenaerts wants to get in this breakaway, and that must be the plan from Visma Lease-A-Bike, because that's the second time he's attacked up the road. Nobody's been able to follow the Belgian as of yet, as Groupama FDJ try and force another move off the front, but in the end, it looks like there's too many riders just to work with each other. So at the moment, the moves that are going in ones and twos are paying off. Like Tejada and like Victor Campenaerts, who's about to bridge this gap and make it a four-man breakaway now. Look behind from Quinn Simmons. And will the pace go up or go down now that they see the praying mantis pose of Victor Campenaerts make it across to their wheel? Just under 2.5 kilometres to go until the top of the climb. And the pace is on in the peloton. Nearly 60 kilometres an hour. And just as a reminder, we are on a Category 3 climb at the moment. Admittedly, it is flat roads and it is not high percentages at all on this climb. But with 2 kilometres left until the top, we will see which one of these four riders will take the 2 points that will be given out to the first rider over the top of the climb. If those four riders can even make it there, because the gap is only 15 seconds and it has dangled there for a lot of the opening part of the stage after the intermediate sprint. Healy hands over to Quinn Simmons, who flicks his elbow for Harold Tejada. Victor Campenaerts just taking the time to recover at the back of the breakaway group after chasing across. Of course, the last time Victor Campenaerts was in a breakaway at the Tour de France, you know what happened. And it's UAE Team Emirates on the front, with Andreas Leknesund, who perhaps wanted to be in this breakaway, looks to have missed it for now. But UAE Team Emirates seem very happy, and rightly they should be, with only 4 riders up the road. Right, I did say I was going to do this, and I don't know whether you're still in the chat, Spyro. Let me know if you are. But we'll have a look at the coming stages very shortly. Because more attacks are going, and it's Bahrain Victorious that are trying to force riders away. And with only 15 seconds to the front group, you might be able to bridge across before they go over the top of the climb. And now Ineos try a move on the right-hand side. Tudor, Israel Premier Tech, Red Bull Bora. As well towards the front, Movistar there too. That's Ivan Romeo. Looking to just follow the moves right now. But all of this attacking is bringing the leading group back, and that is not a good sign if you're Victor Campenaerts, who has expended so much energy to get across. And in the end, it might mean nothing. As Sean Flynn is off the back for Picnic Post NL, and you will be seeing more and more riders off the rear of the peloton as time goes on. But we've got a breakaway that has joined up with the leading group, and it is just before the King of the Mountains points are given out, and the peloton want this one back by the looks of things because it's a large group off the front of the race. Which riders now will go for the 2 points that are given out over the top of the opening climb of the day? And at the moment, it's Tudor that will pick things up. Quinn Simmons sat second wheel, has been in the breakaway this whole time, but has kept a consistent tempo, and Simmons comes around the Tudor Pro cycling rider and should be able to get the 2 points, and indeed does. Quinn Simmons takes 2. Ivan Romeo tried to get involved in the King of the Mountain sprint, but Simmons gets that and will continue to press on because the breakaway have been caught by the peloton in all of that drama. So Simmons really feels like he's on a good day. And he's putting the power down, especially down this descent, where the strongest riders will be to the fore. Simmons, of course, a big engine. Ivan Romeo, if he gets into the breakaway. We've seen him win from the breakaway at the Dauphiné earlier this year. And is a very good time trial rider on his day as well. But lots of riders might have a long day in the saddle. The likes of Biniam Girmay and the likes of Magnus Cort Nielsen, who I'd have thought would have been up there earlier in the stage, but he looks like he's struggling on the rear of Biniam Girmay's wheel. But the pace has been so high that they are already a minute 13 behind the peloton. Yevgeny Fedorov is also there. Biniam Girmay has a couple of teammates in this group, one of which is Laurens Rex, his lead-out man. Other riders that are in the group are Alexis Renard for Cofidis. But back to the front of the race we go, and it's Victor Campenaerts again on the front. And this time, Israel Premier Tech are the team to launch a move. Slightly half-hearted, but there is a brief gap which is closed down by Arkea B&B Hotels, and it's just so many riders, I think, want to be in this breakaway that they're all closing each other. And at one point, everybody will have to communicate to each other and say, look, we're all going to attack together, we're all going to get in a move off the front, and there needs to be an element of cooperation, what Victor Campenaerts calls a telephone breakaway, where you arrange things before you attack. But just one rider attacks and he gets brought back. In this case, there's an Uno X rider that's attacked, and Mauro Schmid brings it back by attacking himself. And it's just this sort of cyclical happening now that will take place constantly throughout the stage. And this is absolutely playing into the hands of the likes of UAE Team Emirates XRG and Soudal Quickstep, who have not attacked with any riders yet or expended any energy. They've just been sitting in the wheels. But with just over 163 kilometres to go, it is the same situation. No breakaway for now, but we are under a furious battle to try and get into the breakaway. And a battle which will, I am sure, continue for the next few kilometres at the very least. As there's the attack from Wout van Aert. Alaphilippe trying to follow for Tudor. And Visma Lease-A-Bike are trying very hard to force these moves off the fronts. An update from riders at the back that are around 1.5 minutes behind this peloton group. It includes the likes of Jonathan Milan, Arnaud Delis, Sylvain Dillier there as well. Which means that Mathieu Van Der Poel is still in the peloton. De La Groenewegen, Caden Groves as well. They've both done their jobs getting Van Der Poel to the intermediate sprint point. Phil Bauhaus is there. Lennart van Eetvelt, surprisingly, is dropped. Not having a good Tour de France so far, so I wonder whether the fever that Jasper de Boist had is spreading amongst the Lotto contingent. Jordi Meus as well, big sprinter dropped. Tim Merlier, the European champion. Davide Ballerini for XDS Astana. Arnaud Demart. And it's just all of the sprinters that are being distanced early on. Biniam Diomaye there as well. But the green jersey, Jonathan Milan, is in that group too. Which will have a very, very long day in the saddle to try and avoid the time cut. Over 160 kilometres left in the stage for now. But a couple of quotes before the stage gets properly underway. More and more riders are attacking. But we'll start off with the team directors. And we'll start off with what I would call the winning team director for now. That is not from Soudal Quickstep. It's Andre Hauptmann from UAE Team Emirates, who says it was technical from the start, talking about the time trial, and the final 3 kilometres were quite nervous. Before the start, we all knew it was very important. This was the first real test. Now we are all happy. Tadej Pogacar did the time trial close to perfection. If you aren't on the best day, you can lose seconds like Tadej on the Dauphiné, and today was different. But we focus on ourselves. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Grisha Neerman, whose rider, Wout van Aert, is trying his hardest to get into the breakaway. We've also seen Victor Campenaerts give it a go. An attempt to get into the morning move. Neerman says, after the time trial, I don't have an explanation. Before the time trial, everything was good, so there were no problems. In the time trial, Jonas Vingegaard was not able to talk to me. I'm only able to talk to him. We heard after a few kilometres that he was 8 seconds down on Remco Evenepoel, and he just lost time over the whole TT. I haven't spoken to Vingegaard yet, but we hoped for more. We have to find some time somewhere if Jonas wants to win the Tour. We didn't expect that much of a loss, but it happened, and we have to go from here. We will fight again tomorrow. The wind is not an excuse for a lesser time trial. We knew Remco was the favourite beforehand and won, but with Jonas and Matteo Jorgensen, we hoped for a better time. And they are taking the race to the peloton at the moment with Van Aert and Campenaerts, but for now, nothing really has gotten away for good. But it's Van Aert and Castrillo that are trying to force a move away right now. And they have 8 seconds. But it's another bad day for a certain someone who just got rid of Castrillo from their fantasy team. Castrillo, who is a man in form at the moment, proven he's a good time trialist as well as a Vuelta a España stage winner in the mountains. But yeah, Castrillo got some big points in the Tour de France Fantasy earlier in yesterday's stage, after having a very slow start to this race, finishing in the top 10 of the time trial. And for now, the gap is widening. 12 seconds now as more attacks come off the front, and it's Groupama FDJ trying to launch with EF in the wheel and Arkea once again following the moves. But Castrillo, the stages that he won at the Vuelta, were incredibly difficult. So while Van Aert's got a good rider up the road with him, and I'm sure Castrillo is very much enjoying being in Van Aert's company. Two extremely talented riders, though, are away at the front, and that is why there is so much of an interest from the peloton in trying to get across to this move. And again, similar to Healy and Simmons, this is two riders who can pull very hard on the flat. Castrillo at the moment trying to force the move away with Wout van Aert in the wheel, but it's more about which riders get across in a secondary move. "156 kilometres to go, and after many attacks, just under an hour into this race, a solid move has not formed yet. But Van Aert and Castrillo are putting themselves in the best position possible to be in a breakaway. But how much energy are they using up by doing so? And which riders are keeping their powder dry and waiting for a big attack that they can follow? To not waste as much energy. We've seen plenty of riders trying to get up the road, but it will be the wily riders in the peloton, the likes of Tom Stroins, who looks to be trying to bridge across in a breakaway of his own, but that move will not go. However, two riders seem to have got a little bit of distance on the peloton. One of them is from Arkea B&B, one of them is from Uno X, and I think the Uno X rider is Marcus Holgaard, and it's Ewan Kostu with him. So again, two very strong riders. Kostu more of a hill rider, but Marcus Holgaard a big tank on the flat. But EF are launching a counter move to try and get across. And Arkea have been involved in plenty of moves, but we've not seen any of Kevin Vauquelin yet. Are they saving something for him, or is he going to stay with his GC competitors? So it's Van Aert and Castrillo, 13 seconds on the peloton, where more and more riders are trying to get away. The Tish Benoot scarf is out, and Ben Healy has joined Holgaard and Kostu, along with a couple of riders. So Ben Healy getting involved again. But once again, this is a very interesting breakaway battle, and it's why I love watching breakaway formation when it's good. When it's not good, and when there is no breakaway, it is terrible. But when it's at its best, breakaway formation can be some of the most exciting parts of stages. And the gap has closed to 7 seconds, just purely because so many riders want to get across to Van Aert and Castrillo, who just don't look back if you're both of those riders. Let the moves come to you, rather than you drop back and try and get a larger group off the front. And I'm sure Van Aert knows that. Castrillo, of course, a man who's been in plenty of breakaways before, notably at the Vuelta a España last year, but less experienced in the peloton than Wout van Aert, and has got much less of a palmarès despite having multiple Vuelta stage wins. Intermarché controlled the first 20 to 25 kilometres for the intermediate sprint. But from that point on, there has been no control whatsoever. There was a brief moment of UAE Team Emirates at the front with 4 riders up the road, which was Tejada, Campenaerts, Simmons and Healy. But that lasted about 30 seconds before more attacks started going. And the peloton is so strung out right now. Starting the descent as well, there won't be many chances to get away on the downhill portion. So Van Aert and Castrillo probably need to make as much time as they possibly can before this descent properly begins. Visma Lease-A-Bike trying hard to get a rider in the move. And Pogacar is nestled slightly deeper than usual in the peloton. But I think that's just because so many riders want to be at the front to be in the breakaway. And Pogacar doesn't really have to do that. Van Aert and Castrillo continue though. 151.4 kilometres to go. And we've done an hour of racing. And in that hour, we've gone at about an average of around 50 kilometres an hour. Indeed, Lucas, what a great day to have him in your fantasy team, and what a horrible day to not have him in your fantasy team. But we're at the foot of the descent now. And approaching 50 kilometres an hour. But yeah, Castrillo in the breakaway. As soon as you sell him, gets a top 10 on the time trial and is in the breakaway today. But I'm not sure whether this breakaway goes, because so many riders are trying to get across. And by trying to get across, they're just bringing the peloton back. This is absolutely playing into the hands of UAE though. Odds on Vingegaard attacking over the Murder Britannia and Wout van Aert having a masterclass. Wout van Aert having a masterclass is quite hard to predict. He says he's growing into this tour. So, I hope he gets better. And this might be a sign that he's doing that, at least, with Castrillo. Give me hope, please. Just lie and say it will work. Oh, I think it will really work. Yeah. And they're going to take time today as well. Definitely UAE are not benefiting from this by having all their riders in the peloton and letting the other teams chase for them. Meanwhile, Wout van Aert and Victor Campenaerts have been out front expending energy. That's definitely not happening. Yeah, Jonas in yellow on stage 8. Jonas in yellow on stage 6, mate. He's going all the way from this point. There's some delusion for you. I hope you wanted that, because I hated doing that, and not because I'm a fan of Pogacar either. But somebody who did not have a good day yesterday, Matteo Jorgensen of Visma Lease-A-Bike, who said, "I did my best effort. We will have to assess what exactly happened, but I think looking at the numbers and seeing my own personal feeling, I gave everything that I had today," which is a bad sign. On the time trial, he said, "I paced it well and felt good in the corners. I don't think I gave up anything there, so the time loss must be an aerodynamics and power issue, but we'll have to see exactly in the analysis. It was the setup I'd been training on the whole year. I never get time checks in TTs. They don't do too much for me. I'm doing the best I possibly can anyway. Looking at the results afterwards, though, it was not what I expected and what I was hoping for. But we must accept it. I was pushing really good. I can't say that it felt very fast. The speed wasn't really there, but the numbers felt good. I can be positive about that. It was windier than the recon, but the recon was at 10 AM, so it was a long time ago. It was a bit more blustery, and I was kind of pushed around, but it was the same for all of the GC guys at the end, so that's definitely no excuse at all out there. I was expecting more, though. I have to be satisfied with the effort I gave, because I gave my best. It was definitely all I could do today. The plan was to work for Jonas Vingegaard throughout this Tour de France, and that plan has not changed at all. And that was a view echoed by Jonas, I believe, on Danish TV. Did you watch the interview, Lucas? And if you did, what interesting stuff was said outside of the one bit that I've seen? Where he basically said, I'm still in this tour. Because, yeah, there was a big deal about that happening, especially after the time trial stage. I'm sure more people were watching that than usual, based on the result yesterday. But yeah, was there anything of note said that I should know about? Or was there not? Was it just kind of fairly regulatory, apart from the one bit I've seen? I'm just going to grab a drink for a sec. And I'm about to get my feedback. Which is very useful. But Van Aert and Castrillo have been reeled in, so joy for Lucas, who doesn't have Castrillo in his team. And this time, an attack is going off the front from Decathlon Age Desert, Ben Healy trying to follow it. And we're on the second climb of the day, 2.2 kilometres, almost 8% average for a Category 3 label. And the attacks begin at the foot of it. Just under 2 kilometres to go until we reach the summit. And it is Movistar once again taking this one up. So Castrillo and Van Aert are reeled in, but Movistar once again throwing a rider off the front. Is this Will Barter? It looks a little bit like Will Barter. Could be wrong. But right now, that looks very Will Barter to me. It's not, it's Mühlberger, and it's Alexei Lutsenko trying to make it across to a two-man leading group. So Mühlberger and Lutsenko are away. Two good riders when the road goes uphill, which is probably why they have attacked on this climb. And two riders that have not been in previous attacks, so will be fresh, or as fresh as they could possibly be, with the pace that has been set at the start of this stage that has been utterly infernal. But off goes Healy with a trademark low cadence attack. Off the front of the peloton. Got a brief gap. But more and more riders are being dropped, and this looks like a big group that's about to go off the back. That includes Luke Durbridge, Danny Van Poppel as well in there. And Mark Hirschi right at the back. Sepulveda as well. So these are good climbers being dropped. Mark Hirschi, a solid puncher on his day, was involved in a move. And another rider that's been involved in a move before is Ben Healy, who looks to be setting up a teammate by the looks of things. And off the front goes Nielsen Paulus. That's the classic case of a two-up attack, and it's Mühlberger and Lutsenko that have been caught. Missed feed there from the Picnic Postenel rider that's trying to follow this. That might cost him. But Mühlberger trying to follow. And it's actually Alex Baudin. I thought he was shorter than that. He's a deceptively tall rider, Baudin. Surprised, actually. It's the first time I've actually seen him on a bike. And he's much taller than I thought he would be. But 500 metres to the top of the climb, and Alex Baudin leads what I am calling the peloton, because there is no gap between the yellow jersey group and the breakaway now. And once again, it's Victor Campenaerts who comes to the front. Quinn Simmons is also there, so a couple of riders that were involved in the early breakaways returning to the front of the peloton. And it might be Simmons trying another move. Of course, has already taken 2 points today over the first climb and is probably looking for another 2. And it's Ben Healy on the wheel. It's Groundhog Day, because this was the first attack that went after the intermediate sprint point. Simmons and Healy. But he's got 300 metres of some pretty savage percentages remaining before he goes over the top. You've clipped it for the podcast. Very useful. Thank you very much for that. I would be intrigued to hear his views, because they even played the clip on ITV that I saw on Twitter the other yesterday. But off the back and struggling in the Bahrain victorious jersey is Lenny Martinez, so the stage looks to be too much for him. There was a brief attack early on, trying to follow the moves, but he is suffering now. And somebody who isn't suffering, and somebody who we're seeing come to the forefront, is Tadej Pogacar with his teammate Tim Wellens. Attack now on the right-hand side from Israel Premier Tech, and it's Tim Wellens that's trying to follow this, going for the King of the Mountains points. Wellens peels off the front of the peloton and will take them. So 2 more points for Tim Wellens in his King of the Mountains hunt, and Tadej Pogacar is sat 4th wheel in the peloton. I wonder whether he thinks that a move is going to go over the top. And this peloton is drastically thinned. Looks like only 40 or so riders, because a big group has just been peeled off the rear. So the race is just being shattered all over the road. Tom Schroin's trying to stay on to the second group. But just riders in kind of 1s and 2s at the moment are on the road, including Matteo Trentin, who is just being dropped, scrambles back to the wheel of Cyril Barth. And it's such a difficult day. I'm glad I've done this watch-along from kilometre 0, because it has been a very entertaining start to this race. And once again, more attacks go, and it's Ben Healy. Ever present at the front of the race, and a rider who quite enjoys just powering down watts for no reason. I don't want to be mean to him, but he's not necessarily the most tactically aware rider in the peloton. I'm sure he knows a lot more than I do, but from the perspective of me, I do get a bit confused by his attempted attacks sometimes. But he is a rider with such a massive engine, and I think that's where some of it comes from. I wish he could use it a little bit better than he does. As Alaphilippe clings onto the rear of the main group, and it's a main group that is not very large at all anymore. I mean, what are we looking at really here? Probably around 40 riders max, as Quinn Simmons attacks off the front. There are a couple more riders that are trying to bridge. So many riders are put into difficulty. Primož Roglic nestled in the peloton right now, along with Arensman. Geraint Thomas has been distanced. Aurélien Perret-Pontchar's there. And it's Mathieu Van Der Poel who is now in the breakaway. That's huge for my prediction. And Quinn Simmons is there as well. Harold Tejada in the breakaway too, with Ben Healy. And this is the first time we've seen Van Der Poel on the offensive outside of the intermediate sprint. He's timed his attack well, because across comes a Movistar rider. Primož Roglic though. Is that in a secondary group on the road, or is that in the yellow jersey group? It's hard to tell from the camera from the rear. Got plenty of Bora teammates with him. And Alaphilippe there as well. Will Barter's there though for Movistar. And one Groupama FDJ riders trying to get across. And UAE Team Emirates have now come to the front with Lidl-Trek and Alpecin Deceuninck to try and shut this one down. But there goes a move, and it is Matteo Jorgensen, and it is followed by the yellow jersey. Tadej Pogacar looks to chase Matteo Jorgensen down. Not being allowed to get up the road. And that is Pogacar's first reaction to a Visma attack. And it comes with 142.7 kilometres to go, and not right at the end, like we all thought. But chasing onto this group of 5 is Guillaume-Martin Guyonnet. It's his home region, and we've got another attack now that Tim Wellens is trying to latch onto. Visma Lease-A-Bike trying to go, but this is Vingegaard's team throwing the kitchen sink at this race. Trying their absolute hardest to get a rider up the road. At the moment, they have not been successful. And they've got 37 seconds to close it to a group of 5 riders and 5 very, very good riders at the front of the race. Guillaume-Martin flies past the camera motorbike and has 15 seconds to close. Groupama FDJ's leader, who is already over 5 minutes down. Not a good time trialist though. And it's going to have to be a huge effort to make it across to Elite Classics rider Ben Healy, Flat Tank Quinn Simmons, Best Classics rider in the world, arguably, Van Der Poel. Superb time trialist and flat rider, as well as a good mountain rider on his day, Will Barter. And Harold Tejada, who is a good climber, solid climber for XDS Astana. Right now, though, Simmons moves into the top 5 of the King of the Mountains classification on 2 points. As Will Barter requests for a couple of riders to come through. So they're not working too brilliantly together. But the sheer quality of rider is dragging this away from the from the peloton, should I say. And dragging it away from Guillaume-Martin, who is in a chasse patate at the moment. So Van Der Poel at only 1 minute 28. Doesn't need a huge amount of time to move into the yellow jersey, and a yellow jersey that Tadej Pogacar was saying he wants to get rid of. Or was hinting at, should I say. Uno X have missed this move though. And are trying to chase this one down to make sure that somebody's up there. But I think, based on the quality of rider in the breakaway, this is a little bit game, set and match for the move that's gone at the moment. 27 seconds to Guillaume-Martin Guillaume, who only has 10 seconds now on the peloton. The one time that Guillaume-Martin tries to get himself in a breakaway at this Tour de France, it's not gone very well for him. And we've seen a lot of attacks go in vain. Guillaume-Martin is one of them, but the likes of Van Der Poel, Van Der Poel and Barter, most notably, have had one attack, and that attack has paid off. So they will be the freshest, or have put down the least kilojoules in this breakaway group. Tejada has been involved in a couple of moves, but Ben Healy and Quinn Simmons have been on it from kilometre 0, basically. I'm kind of calling kilometre 0 kilometre 22, because that's the intermediate sprint point, where Jonathan Milan took the win. But more attacks go, and it's Ineos Grenadiers, and the peloton has swelled drastically. Guillaume-Martin's head drops. That's his breakaway attempt over. But the attack is followed once again by Tim Wellens, so UAE want no more riders than the 5 up front in the breakaway. This is a clear sign that UAE Team Emirates are happy with the group that is up the road and are just trying to block things off. So again, this is a power move from UAE Team Emirates as Frank Vandenbroek gives it a go for Picnic Postenel, followed by Arkea B&B Hotels. Tish Benoit in there as well, but once again, sat 4th wheel is the Belgian national champions jersey of Tim Wellens, monitoring this move, which actually is getting a small gap to the peloton. But again, so many riders just want to close it, and the peloton just gets lined out from these moves, and nothing comes of it, apart from closing the gap to the front of the race. Tish Benoit tries a counter, but it's a counter with Tim Wellens following. Wellens, the absolute kryptonite of any rider that wants to get across into this breakaway at the moment. ...137 kilometres remain. And it has been a very entertaining start to this race. It doesn't feel like 60 kilometres have already been done. But certainly at this speed, it makes sense. 46 kilometres an hour average. Although we're going a little bit slower right now because we're about to start a short rise in the road. But the momentum of the peloton has been non-existent. There has been no rhyme or reason to the pace of the peloton. No consistency whatsoever. And because of that, our 5-man breakaway only have a 20-second gap, which is not a good sign for the front 5. Guillaume-Martin, at the moment, sits in the wheel of Simon Yates, the Giro D'Italia winner, and will be a key domestique for Jonas Vingegaard later on in this race. Riders towards the back, though, include Emil Verstringer, who is Van der Poel's teammate, and a capable puncher on his day. But another rider tries an attack, and this time it's the first we've really seen of a proper offensive by Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Being followed, though, again by UAE Team Emirates. And this is a statement of intent from the race leaders team. But the peloton have 20 seconds to make up on the breakaway if you want to launch an attack off the front. If you've still got the energy, really, to launch an attack off the front. Because I'm sure a lot of riders in that peloton will just be hanging on for dear life at this point. Somebody who was hanging on for dear life at the early parts of this Tour de France, but has grown into the race, really, and did a very good time trial yesterday, was Florian Lipovitz of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, who said after the time trial, After the first few days, mentally I struggled a bit, so this gives me some confidence with quite a good TT, and I'm happy. The legs felt good today, and we'll have to see for the next days. It was a super long TT. The start was technical with an uphill part, so you had to pace quite good there, but I went a bit too deep at the start. Then I was fighting the last kilometres. I was happy when it was downhill to the finish. I could recover there. The legs felt the best today, and I hope they stay like this. But tomorrow will be a hard day, so we'll see. The plan was to go full today, but anyways, Primož Roglič stays the leader of this team. He showed good performances. Also yesterday I was struggling. I think I can support him as good as possible later on in the second and third week. So that is a very obvious statement that Primož Roglič is sole leader of the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe team. And Lipovic does not seem ready to lead that outfit alongside Primož Roglič. Of course, Roglič signed there for the purpose of being sole leader at the Tour de France. And it looks like that's what they're going for. Somebody who is absolutely sole leader of their team is this man, who in the gold helmet took the gold medal placing on the day's stage yesterday. Mathieu Van Der Poel said big guys like Edoardo Affini can do these courses well. They can also save a bit more in the finals like yesterday, so I knew I had a good chance, but the legs still have to be there. Everything must go to plan, and I think it was pretty good. I didn't feel like I could go any faster, so I'm happy with this result, and with this second stage win for our team, it's super. I pushed pretty steady, maybe slightly harder in the uphill parts than the downhills, but my strongest point was that I kept up the pace. I think I really put up my pace and speed. Tadej Pogacar did a strong time trial as well. 17 seconds is pretty close, it's about half a second per kilometre, so compared to the Dauphiné time trial he made a step forward. It shows that he's in big form, and that's the only reason why he's the guy to beat in this Tour de France. I think compared to all the other guys, I did what I have to do. I tried to take as much time as possible and step up in the GC. It's kind of the same situation as last year, this time after the time trial, so I'm happy with that. It's a big step towards the podium. I think everybody knows what's coming up next week and the week after next week, so I think there's still a long way to go, but it's already very nice to take a stage win. It means that the two guys that are here to take stage wins have both won from our team, so we're kind of relaxed now, and now it's all focusing on this podium in Paris. Of course, the other rider to take the stage win was Tim Merlier on stage 3, so Soudal will move on to 2 stage wins alongside Alpecin Deceuninck. But Alpecin Deceuninck are quite obviously going for a 3rd stage win, that being with Mathieu Van Der Poel, who is in a leading group of 5. One rider is chasing, that is Eddie Dunbar, and the gap is very, very slim. It is well under 20 seconds. It's actually more likely around 15. But Van Der Poel at the moment is giving it a go, and it looks like it just might be in vain for the breakaway. Despite everything that was said in the media from Tadej Pogacar and UAE that we will eventually get to in this stream once the race dies down. But the race is just all over the road at the moment. And it is Eddie Dunbar that's trying to get across. 14 seconds of a gap between the peloton and the breakaway, and Visma Lease-A-Bike once again are looking to launch a move, but this time it's the Decathlon Agir Desert that are trying to bring this one back. UAE Team Emirates struggling to control this at this point as more and more riders get involved. But that looks like Sepp Kuss trying to give it a go. And in the end, the first rider to have broken into the breakaway of 5 riders, Guillaume Martin tried, ultimately in vain. Eddie Dunbar has got across for Jaco Alula. And Dunbar, a very, very capable climber as well. But again, it's only 15 seconds. We're sort of 65 kilometres or 70 kilometres already into the stage, and the battle is still rife to get in the breakaway. As Simon Yates gets on the radio, probably asking what the heck is going on, because it has been all over the place at the start of this race. Tobias Harlan Johannesson following for Uno X. And UAE Team Emirates perhaps trying to keep the pace up on the left-hand side of the road with three of their riders. Pogacar deciding not to follow any more moves. Settled deeper into the peloton now. Remco Evenepoel is the first of the leading trio of riders that are all in distinctive jerseys today. Jonas Vingegaard sat about 20th wheel, with Pogacar even behind that. So Pogacar leaving it to his team at this point. But plenty of riders have missed out on the breakaway, which is still trying to force itself away from the peloton. More riders looking to get involved, and one of them is the Giro D'Italia overall winner, Simon Yates. So Yates trying to cause chaos, Storer in the wheel, and Picnic Postenel have also got a rider up there. They've been very active in the moves. I'm trying to figure out who that Picnic Postenel rider is. It's not Only, I know that. But it might be Bayeux even. Either way, Storer has come to the front and is getting involved in trying to chase this one to the breakaway. Simon Yates trying to follow in, but Michael Storer's got himself a gap, and Simon Yates is going to have to get across on his own at this rate, because the Picnic Postenel rider's gone pop. And Michael Storer made that look very simple indeed, which I think says more about the lack of a gap between the breakaway and the peloton at the moment. Simon Yates is doing the same, albeit slightly less simply. But all the time these attacks are going, the gap to the Maillot Vert group of Jonathan Milan, Biniam Diomaye, various other sprinters is growing, and it's UAE Team Emirates that are frantically chasing this one down because Visma Lease-A-Bike have got a rider in the break. And Pogacar advancing up the road right now in the wheel of an Arkea B&B Hotels rider. Remco Evenepoel sees the danger, tries to follow it, and in the end it wasn't an attack, but Remco Evenepoel was on that like a hawk. Jonas Vingegaard was not, and in the end that's proved to be the better decision, because that was a surge that Remco Evenepoel did not need to make. But Evenepoel was very tetchy there, and I think he is very much enjoying this stage at the moment. So much action. I'm enjoying it as well, very much, but the attacks just keep on rolling, and it's Decathlon Égypte Desert, that are forcing a move away at the moment, or trying to, as they have done multiple times at this race. Bruno Armour has been the only successful Decathlon Égypte Desert rider to get into a breakaway. Didn't take any King of the Mountains points that day, in a breakaway that was caught very quickly by the peloton. And it looks like the same might happen on this stage, as Marco Haller hands a bottle to Julien Alaphilippe. They look like neutral service bottles actually, so Tudor Team Car might be looking at making it further up the peloton into the breakaway group with Michael Storer shortly, as we've got a pre-stage interview with Pogacar on my broadcast right now. That I'm trying to listen into, if the race radio would shut up. But Tim Wellens looks to have a bit of trouble. Pogacar says he's focusing on his own race and not necessarily focusing about keeping the yellow jersey. And somebody's asked him about his thoughts on Jonas, which is an absolute slam dunk of a question, because he just says he's an elite rider. And one of the best GC riders in the world. And it is all love from Tadej Pogacar to Jonas Vingegaard. Will it be all love at the end of the stage, though? I'm sure it will be, because I don't see Vingegaard taking any time on Pogacar at the end of today. But he's hard to tell in interviews, because sometimes what the UAE team say does not end up happening. As we have a Groupama FDJ rider attacking off the front, it's Valentin Madouas. And you're starting to separate the wheat from the chaff here. These are the elite riders that are getting into this breakaway. Valentin Madouas, the latest to give it a go. Will he do better than his teammate Guillaume-Martin Guillaume did? And bridge the 13-second gap between the peloton and the breakaway. More attacks are being attempted at the front of the peloton. But will they be able to go? Valentin Madouas is probably Groupama FDJ's better bets. Romain Gregoire's had such a great start to this Tour de France, so I think he'd be more of a favourite for them for this stage than Madouas at the moment, but Madouas is no mug to have up the road. And one by one, this breakaway starts to get more and more attractive to get into, and better riders are going up the road. Proven by Valentin Madouas' attack. A rider who is persistently up there in hill classics in the early season. .126 kilometres to go. Madouas has 10 seconds to close to the breakaway. And the peloton are at 20 seconds now. As at the back of the peloton at the moment, looking round perhaps for some assistance, is Gregor Mühlberger, who it looked like was going to make it into a breakaway with Alexei Lutsenko. But it didn't end up going. So he spent a couple of bickies from his Tour de France account on today's stage. And it's ended up not really working for him. But it'd be nice to see him in breakaways in the future, because he had such a good Tour de France, I want to say 2019, working as a teammate and being amongst the final riders in the mountains. And was that a UAE Team Emirates rider attacking right-hand side of the road? They're kind of stuck on a big cow at the moment. I wanted to see who was launching that move. It certainly caused a stir, and it is indeed it's a Total Energy rider, actually, followed by Geraint Thomas. I am getting Total Energy and UAE quite confused. They've both got very, very, very similar jerseys. Either way, Thomas closes it, and in doing so, rides himself onto the grass. That was a classic Geraint Thomas switch-off manoeuvre there. Does keep it on the bike, though, thankfully. That would have been rather embarrassing. But we've got ourselves a 7-rider breakaway for now. Or should I say 8? I cannot count now that Simon Yates is up there. But once again, Ineos feel like they've missed out on this breakaway, so are launching another rider off the front. Tudor trying to get a second rider up the road. And this is Guillaume-Martin giving it another crack for Groupama FDJ. To the front, Guillaume-Martin Guillaume comes. But it's so difficult to control. This must be absolutely horrible being a UAE Team Emirates Domestique. Trying to monitor which riders are in the breakaway, which riders you want in the breakaway, and which riders are absolutely off limits. this race is certifiably on. I'm not sure that the Tour de France had them going this quickly over the course of the first 80 or so kilometres. But it's just rider after rider trying to ping a move away. And it's a battle, really, of who is the best of the best to get into the breakaway even. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe team radio. As expected, Visma is playing this card. They want to keep the race open and they want to make the fight longer. So that is indicating to me that Red Bull want to keep their powder dry and just make sure that Roglic and Lipovic are tucked away in the peloton. They have been one of the teams who have not got involved. It's only Visma, really, of the leading 4 teams, that being UAE Team Emirates, Visma Lease-A-Bike, Soudal Quickstep, and Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, that have got involved in the breakaways. As we have another attack, Marco Haller is following a move from, I think, Raul Garcia Pierna from Arkea B&B Hotels. Haller, very useful rider to have with you. Very experienced rider, good in spring classics, and still has the tank to drag you across the 10-second gap to the breakaway. So Haller and Garcia Pierna trying a 2-up move away from the peloton. They've got clear separation from the peloton. And now they will look to close and make it a 10-rider breakaway group. The more riders this breakaway has, the better chance it's got, obviously. But it's been such a difficult stage that everybody, I think, will just be hanging at the end of this stage to try and stay in the group. First we're seeing of the breakaway group for a while, and it's a breakaway group that includes Simon Yates, Ben Healy, Quinn Simmons, Mathieu Van Der Poel, Michael Storer, Eddie Dunbar, Will Barter and Harold Tejada. And that is the race situation. 20 seconds on the peloton, 7 minutes and 18 seconds to the green jersey group, who will have a torrid day in the saddle, just trying to make sure that they stay within the time limit. And with all the climbs at the end, that's one to keep an eye on, certainly. Especially the likes of Magnus Cort, who looked like he was struggling with a bit of fever. And a couple of the Lotto riders, where a bug perhaps has broken out in that team, with the Asperger boys having to leave the race because of it. But 121.5 kilometres remain in the day. Counter-attack though by Hulgaard from Uno X in the wheel of another rider. And once again, it's just more and more moves going off the front. And how many of these will make it? How many of these will be in vain? And how many of these will just pull the peloton closer to the breakaway? It's Kampenarts, Inkhorn and Marcus Hulgaard. 3 big domestique riders. 2 former national champions as well. Inkhorn, formerly national champion of the Netherlands. Hulgaard, former national champion of Norway. And Victor Kampenarts, one of the elite Belgians in the peloton. Inkhorn not giving a turn at all at the moment. But Marcus Hulgaard happy to come to the front. So Uno X might not have missed this move after all. If they join up with Haller and Garcia Pierna, that is a very talented group. But Haller and Garcia Pierna have made it to the head of the race. 10 riders now up the road. And will be looking to work as well as they possibly can together. If they can get it to a group of 13 with 2 Visma riders in it, Suddenly this looks like the breakaway should go to the line. And what must you be thinking if you're Simon Yates right now? Lost so much time in the early parts of this tour. A stage win and then the breakaway going would have absolutely propelled yourself back into GC contention. But being so far back is going to be a hindrance to both him and Visma Lease-A-Bike, you'd think. How do UAE respond then to this? Visma Lease-A-Bike looking to get 2 riders into the breakaway. As we've got a couple more riders that have joined that group. They have joined up with Haller and Garcia Pierna, so they didn't make it across as of now. But if those groups come together, then you will have a breakaway group of 13, which will be very positive for the leaders. Pogacar sat in the peloton. Somebody who is not content with sitting in the peloton is Mr. Kevin Vauquelin. First we've seen of Vauquelin looking to bridge the gap to his teammates. Chasing group and UAE Team Emirates are not happy with Vauquelin at all. In his home region, they are not letting him go in the breakaway. Or is that Mathieu Van Der Poel in the white jersey trying to follow? I don't think so. I think it's a UAE Team Emirates rider. And forward goes Vauquelin. So Vauquelin closes down on the chasing group, and he's got a couple of nice riders in his wheel. Casper Asgreen and Pascal Ainthourn. Or is that Valdren? Might be Valdren, actually. So forward they go, and it's another breakaway that are trying to bridge across to the lead of the race. Campenaerts, Haller, Garcia Pierna and Hulgaard all been caught and have been replaced now by a separate chasing group that involves Kevin Vauquelin. It involves Pascal Ainthourn, and I think this is Campenaerts trying to get across again. What a rider that man is. Does not know when to hit the stop button, and it is Michael Valdren in the wheel of Kevin Vauquelin. Vauquelin flicks his elbow. Valdren looks behind, is not fancying pulling through. As another group peels off the front. This is a much larger group this time. And a couple more teams represented, the likes of Total Energy, the likes of Movistar, Israel Premier Tech there as well. But it is headed by Soudal Quickstep. And it's a group that the peloton are not going to let go. It is such a test to see who is allowed to get in the moves and who isn't. Mathieu Van Der Poel at the moment is the closest on GC of anybody that's got into the leading group, but that he will be usurped by Kevin Vauquelin, who is of course within a minute of the lead of the race, if the chasers can make it across, and that is a big if. Especially with Valdren, Ainthourn and Campenaerts not looking like they're in a position to chase. Van Der Poel absolutely flew around that right-hander. With the rest of the breakaway in his wheel, Healy then hands over to Quinn Simmons, who will hand over to Harold Tejada. Simmons doing a big turn on the front. All of these guys trying to force this move away. But every time they look behind themselves, it must be more and more disheartening to see the peloton just chasing them constantly. So 115 kilometres remain in the day. And I am struggling to keep up with what's going on, to be honest with you. What I can absolutely tell you is how the general classification looks after stage 5. But first, we'll look at the stage 5 result. We've not even had time to look at that, and we're heading towards the midway point of this stage. So, here's the stage 5 result. Remco Evenepoel won the individual time trial by 16 seconds ahead of Tadej Pogacar, who was the only rider within 30 seconds of the Belgian. Eduardo Affini on 33 seconds, and Bruno Armirail, best placed Frenchman, on 35 seconds, came so close to beating Affini's time, which would have sent the French crowd mad, I'm sure. But Kevin Vauquelin, performance of the day, 49 seconds down on Remco Evenepoel. And look at the talent that he's beaten, and some of those not even involved in the top 10. Florian Lipovitz finishing 6th ahead of his teammate Primož Roglič, 58 seconds down on Remco Evenepoel's time. And then Ivan Romeo, the first rider, over a minute in 7th for Movistar. Joao Almeida, good time trial from the UAE Team Emirates XRG rider, beating the man he needed to beat, which was Matteo Jorgensen. And Luke Plap, the early pace setter, fell away badly towards the end, 1 minute 17 down on Remco Evenepoel, who paced it better than the Australian. And Pablo Castrillo, showing that he can be a good rider in the time trial, as well as up mountains. 10th place for Movistar on 1 minute 18, good results for him. But the main talking points came from outside the top 10, and most notably from Jonas Vingegaard, who was quite comfortably outside the top 10. 13th for the Dane on 1 minute 21, 2 seconds behind Primož Roglič, who finished 12th on the day, with Jorgensen in 11th on the same time as Roglič. And Van Der Poel conceded the jersey by finishing 18th on 1 minute and 44. So that was the stage result from yesterday, which does this to the general classification. Pogacar is the new leader, moves into the yellow jersey, takes it away from Mathieu Van Der Poel, who drops to 6th position, 1 minute 28 down on the Slovenian now, but is in this breakaway. Remco Evenepoel is second at 42 seconds now, jumping the likes of Kevin Vauquelin and Jonas Vingegaard. Vauquelin drops to 3rd on 59 seconds, with Vingegaard now 1 minute and 13 seconds down on Tadej Pogacar. It's not looking too good for Visma Lease-A-Bike's leader, but he does have his teammate right up his rear. 5th position for Matteo Jorgensen on GC, 1 minute 22 seconds, so only 9 seconds behind his teammate. And speaking of teammates, Joao Almeida 7th on 1 minute 53 for UAE Team Emirates. And then 2 more teammates within a second of each other. Primož Roglič in 8th and Florian Lipovitz in 9th for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, with Matthias Skjelmose moving himself into the top 10 with his time trial performance. Pogacar doesn't just hold the yellow jersey though. He is the first rider since Eddy Merckx in 1970 to hold the yellow jersey, the green jersey and the polka dot jersey at the Tour de France. Leading the green jersey by 5 points from Jonathan Milan, who is now ahead of Pogacar by moving into the lead, taking the points at the intermediate sprint. Ahead of Biniam Diomaye, who is in 3rd going into the day. Tim Wellens is the new leader of the polka dot jersey on the road at the moment by taking points over the previous climb. He moves on to 7 and ahead of Tadej Pogacar, who led the classification initially on 5 points. Wellens wanted to wear the Belgian national champions jersey, so he clearly didn't want to wear the polka dot jersey, despite saying he really wanted it in the interview where he took it on stage 3. But Jonas Vingegaard will wear that jersey in the peloton for today. He sits 3rd going into the day on 3 points. Remco Evenepoel leads the white jersey, 17 seconds ahead of Vauquelin and 1 minute 49 ahead of Florian Lipovitz in third. But back to the race we go then, after cluing ourselves up on what happened in the previous stage, and I don't have a clue what's going on the road at the moment. A, because I don't have a stream, but B, because it's all over the place. What is happening now, I've got my feedback, is that Nils Pollitt is leading the way for UAE Team Emirates. A rider who does know what is the right and wrong breakaway to be in. But clearly, that must mean the Vauquelin move has been brought back, as we're about to get some team radio from Arkea. Kevin, it's a nice breakaway, for sure, but be smart. You need to keep some energy. So Vauquelin has attacked, not in the plan for Arkea B&B Hotels. He's just done it anyway. So Arkea throwing many riders at it. Vauquelin said, I want to be involved in that. They're doing it without me. So have attacked on his own. And I think, yeah, that's inexperience showing there from Kevin Vauquelin. Getting too enthralled in the race situation. As the peloton go for a set of feeds. Which must mean now that the breakaway will be allowed to pull away. They've only got 23 seconds on the peloton with 110 kilometres remaining. But you would think the gap will be allowed to at least balloon to a minute, at the very least, to the leading 8 riders. And you'd think it would be in UAE's best interest to slow the peloton down so that no riders can bridge across, because 30 seconds, 23 seconds actually is what it is at the moment, is incredibly bridgeable for a rider who has perhaps saved themselves in the wheels. As Victor Campanats shoves a bottle down the back of his jersey, hands it to Jonas Vingegaard, who sticks it in his bottle cage and moves on with his day. Pogacar gets on the radio. Keep an eye on... Pollitt gets on the radio. Keep an eye on Pogacar's movements. See whether he's talking to the yellow jersey. He is not, because the yellow jersey is talking to one of the Soudal Quickstep riders. But riders taking a drink, fizzy drink to be precise, if you're Joao Almeida of UAE Team Emirates. And lots of riders going with the soft drink approach today. Probably need the sugar fix based on the start of today's stage. As riders chuck their musettes and bottles that they've finished drinking to the side of the road. Wellens hops onto the radio for UAE Team Emirates, so lots of discussions from that team. And the gap is starting to go out. Over 30 seconds now. It's gained about 10 seconds in the last couple of kilometres. So I think this will be the race situation now. An 8-rider breakaway being chased by UAE Team Emirates XRG. So this is Pollitt's job now to just keep the gap catchable, because I think Pogacar wants the stage win. But not for long, because here goes Tobias Foss on the left-hand side. The race situation is never stable at this Tour de France, says Tobias Foss. who launches a move, and more attacks are taking place. Ineos, who've missed out on this breakaway, a breakaway that is still trying to form itself after 93.5 kilometres. Total Energy getting involved with Mathieu Van Der Poel, who's trying to get across, drops Tobias Foss, who is looking around for assistance from Groupama FDJ or Movistar. And at the moment, he's not getting that from either of those two teams. And Van Der Poel has launched away from the group of Foss. And is away on his own, trying to chase on to a group of 8 riders who must be absolutely shattered. But that's UAE Team Emirates' fault for keeping it so low, because Total Energy went onto the radio saying we need to react, let's lift the levels of commitment, we cannot miss out today, we need to exploit this opportunity. And Mathieu Van Der Poel is doing just that at the moment. So Van Der Poel away in a chasing group on his own, and the group of Foss is actually being pulled back by the peloton, which is going to pull them even closer to the breakaway group. I am baffled by this stage. No time to breathe whatsoever for anybody. And it is so difficult to get yourself an advantage, because so many riders want to be in the breakaway and so many riders want to close the breakaways down. And this is all playing into the hands of Eddie Dunbar, who was the latest rider to go across. Since that point, we've had attempts from Guillaume Martin, Raul Garcia Pierna, Marco Haller, among many others. Valentin Madouar also gave it a go. And Mathieu Van Der Poel is the latest rider to try and ping off the front and into the breakaway, but this looks like another one that's destined to fail, because it's held now at 22 seconds. The peloton are at 38. And Van Der Poel will start tying up very shortly. It was a stinging attack that dropped Foss and the other 2 riders that were involved. But Foss kind of provided a launch pad, really, for Van Der Poel to set off. And for now, he's not going to make it to the breakaway, because they are opening the gap to the Total Energy man. And by opening the gap to Van Der Poel, the gap keeps on rising to the peloton. It's now 46 seconds, which I think is the most it's been all stage. And 8 minutes further behind the peloton are a group that includes most of the sprinters, the likes of Tim Merlier, the likes of Jonathan Milan, the likes of Biniam Girmay as well, are in that group. But Simon Yates is in the breakaway. Of course, would be a nicer proposition for Visma Lease-A-Bike had he been closer in the general classification, but has had a very slow start to this Tour de France for now. Matt Rendell's a shocking commentator, man. I'm going to say it. Either way, I've gone to ads, which is going to mean that another attack is going to happen, because seemingly this peloton cannot sit still. But given that that's happening, we might as well have a little bit of a profile of all of our breakaway riders. However, it's not like other stages where some of these riders have fairly unknown CVs. The guy at the top of your screen, in the British flag for Visma Lease-A-Bike, is possibly the most obvious of the lot because it's the pink jersey winner at the Giro D'Italia this year. And a two-time Grand Tour winner. Won the Vuelta a España in 2018 as well. Has chalked up 6 stage wins at the Giro, as well as 2 stage wins at the Tour de France and 2 stage wins at the Vuelta a España. So he's got 10 Grand Tour stage wins in his pocket, which is no mean CV at all. And did win the jersey that Remco Evenepoel is wearing at the moment, the white jersey at the Tour de France in 2017. Finished 7th on GC that year for Orica Scott as well. But a glittering CV for Simon Yates. And a growing CV, an ever-growing CV for EF Education EasyPost's leader Ben Healy, who has been getting very good results as of late. Mostly in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. He was 4th there in 2023. He was 3rd there in 2025, which means he'll be 2nd there in 2027. Somewhere where he was 2nd, though, was the Amstel Gold Race of 2023. 2-time Irish champion as well in 2020 and 2023. But has claimed an important victory in his career also in 2023. 8th stage of the Giro d'Italia. That was a very entertaining one too. Similar to this stage, where he won stage 8 of that race ahead of Derek G, Filippo Zanetti and Warren Barguil from the breakaway. And a breakaway that included many good names. And there are many good names in this breakaway too. Quinn Simmons is our next rider, who is the American national champion. And it's not the first time he has worn that jersey. Won the American road race in 2023 as well. And his best result probably is winning the Tour de Wallonie in 2021 ahead of Stander Wolf and Alexis Renard that year. That is probably his best victory as a pro. But more recently, stage wins at the Tour de Suisse in 2025 and the Volta Catalunya this year as well. After a 2-year dry spell, he is well and truly back on his best form and has a lot to improve because he's only 24 years of age, so has a high ceiling as well. Somebody who is at the absolute peak of their powers, though, at the moment, is Mathieu Van Der Poel. Former yellow jersey at this race, only conceded that on the time trial. But incredible CV. 2-time stage winner at the Tour de France. Winner of Paris-Roubaix 3 times in 3 consecutive years, 23, 24, 25. Thank you very much. Ronde van Vlaanderen winner 3 times as well, 2020, 2022 and 2024. Milano-San Remo winner 2023 and 2025. And of course, wore the rainbow bands of world champion in 2023. So that's 4 of our 8. We'll go into the bottom 4 later on, because they're more niche riders, certainly, but riders that you will definitely know because they are very talented at what they do. The gap is now 1 minute 13. Mathieu Bourdou has been reeled in by the peloton, should I say, headed by Nils Pollitt, who is having a conversation with Marc Soler. Big nod of the head from Marc Soler, as if to say well done for letting the gap finally go out. And I think we are beyond the point now where riders can bridge across. So we have our 8-rider breakaway that has formed. And we can breathe for the first time. It's only taken us 2 hours and 11 minutes, but we can finally step back, have a breath, and figure out what just happened over the last 100 kilometres. Because we're into the final 100 kilometres of this race. Past the halfway point now, and we finally have our breakaway 8. that have formed at the front of the race. But we're about to get to the point where Mathieu Van Der Poel takes the lead of the race virtually on the road. Wellens has usurped Pogacar of the King of the Mountains jersey for now. Jonathan Milan has done the same. He leads the way in the virtual classification of the green jersey. And it's only the yellow jersey that Pogacar has left now, which he might just concede to Mathieu Van Der Poel if the gap goes out by 13 more seconds. So we will have a brief moment in this Tour de France where Tadej Pogacar will be jerseyless. Of course, he'd have the UAE Team Emirates jersey on. Would be very worrying if he was jerseyless. But without being in a leader's jersey, either way, 2 Americans and 2 Irish riders in the breakaway. And the 2 Irish riders in particular are Ben Healy and Eddie Dunbar, who I believe are the only 2 Irish riders at this race. And yet both of them find themselves in the breakaway today. So yeah, 2 Irish riders in the peloton this year of the Tour de France, 5 Americans. So 40% of the American contingent are in this breakaway. Elsewhere, Harold Tejada, one of 4 Colombians at the race. And Stora, one of 10 Aussies. But the biggest name of them all is Mathieu Van Der Poel, who will soon move himself into the lead in the virtual general classification. As there's a supporters group for one of the Groupama FDJ riders. I just turned, so I missed the sign. But once again, we're in Kevin Vauquelin country. Shout out to the guy in the BMC jersey on the side of the road. Good taste. But I assume it was Guillaume Martin because this is his neck of the woods in France. As was Kevin Vauquelin, both of which have had an attempt off the front. Guillaume Martin's had 2 tries, but have not made it across to the breakaway. Either way, no team with 2 riders in this breakaway. Visma Lease-A-Bike were close when Victor Campenaerts tried making it across. But 8 riders from 8 different teams represented at the lead of the race in this stage 6 of the Tour de France. I've been gnawing on chocolate throughout this stage. And I kind of had to, because I've had to keep watching every single millisecond of this. Because every point, something changes. Until now, where the race settles into a nice tempo, Nils Pollitt continues to control on the front for UAE Team Emirates XRG, who are moving their teammates to the front of the peloton. Soudal Quickstep doing the same. Visma choosing to sit further back in the wheels. A little bit more protection from the wind by doing that. As Valentin Paris-Pontre looks over his shoulder, assesses the damage in the peloton and which riders are coming back. As we're about to have an interview with Remco Evenepoel on my stream, so I'll relay to you any information that he gives away. ahead of the stage. I'm sure these thoughts will have changed as the stage has gone on. But Remco's saying that we might have had a breakaway and we might have a fight for the stage win. So he's got to aim for the highest possible position. As we've got a replay of Nils Pollitt being sprayed by some idiot fan on the side of the road. I don't know what he was sprayed with, but I hope that guy gets reprimanded in some way. As Tudor Pro Cycling's car is trying to make its way through the peloton into the front, as Nils Pollitt converses with Tim Wellens. Probably a discussion about what has happened over the past 106 kilometres, because I don't think they've had a chance to talk to each other in person. The radio was probably burning with the amount of messages that were relayed through of riders that have attacked and who's in the move and do we close this down. But in the end, the gap is now 1:30, which means Mathieu Van Der Poel, as it stands, is the virtual yellow jersey by 3 seconds now as it goes to 1:31. So for the moment, Van Der Poel leads the way. He certainly leads the way on the road, but he now leads the way in the general classification. However, with the way Nils Pollitt is pacing, I don't think he'll be in for the stage win today. Which is a shame, because I was on a nice roll of picks. But there we are. I think we're watching the streak disappear today. Unfortunate, to say the least. One of the Bora Domestiques going to the rear of the peloton to receive some water. As is Quinn Simmons, who takes a bottle from the Lidl-Trek car. Has a brief conversation with the director sportif. Discussing tactics probably for the next hour or two of racing. And the race should settle down from this point. It still stays at 1:30 though. Pollitt is not interested in letting this group go too far. So this is a super interesting situation now. 8 riders up the road, but 8 incredibly strong riders who have been at the front for a long part of the day on a very demanding opening part of the stage. They're only being held at 1.5 minutes. And Pogacar's on the radio. This looks like a stage destined for the peloton now. But with the sheer talent in the breakaway, you cannot count the leading group out. At all, really. Unless it's sort of below 30 seconds entering the final. Then they might be in some form of trouble, at the very least. Ben Healy, bag of ice down his back. And it is a very hot day, at least here in the UK, so I assume it's the same in the north of France, where we're racing at the moment. Known mostly for being a flat area of the of France, but today is especially hilly. As Jonas waves to the camera. The classic Jonas Vingegaard wave. We've seen that before from him on stages where he's been incredibly good and on stages where Pogacar has stuck the sword in, let's say. Interviewed on Danish television last night on the sort of late night TV show that they kind of have. But the TV2 group were saying that he's very introverted, but also very driven on a single goal. And that's what I was gathering from his interviews at the end of the previous stage, that this tour is far from over for Jonas Vingegaard. Eddie Dunbar goes back to take a bottle from the Jaco Alula team car. But we have the 8-rider group who are still being closed down to the peloton. The gap is 1:20 now. Mathieu Van Der Poel was in the yellow jersey for a matter of a couple of 100 metres, probably, before it was closed back in. And I think Tadej Pogacar is going to go on the B of bang on this stage. It's all set up for the yellow jersey to launch a serious manoeuvre. He's setting this one up slowly, I believe. This feels very ominous. And I know there's still 91.3 kilometres to go, but this does feel incredibly like I've just read the script of the stage. Let's see how Niels Pollitt moves, though. What's the demeanour of the German for the next couple of kilometres? Because if the gap goes back out, then there will be that tetchiness, I suppose, of let's not give them too little time. But Pogacar seems to have sent Pollitt to the front to do an effort. Felix Gall nestled in, 3 Groupama FDJ riders towards the rear of the peloton. One of them being Guillaume Martin in his home region, another being Romain Gregoire, and the final one being Quentin Paché. All having a check-in on where they stand. Paché and Gregoire have not been involved in the breakaways. There's Valentin Madois, stuffed with many bottles, joins them. So Groupama with 4 riders at the rear of the peloton, and Victor Campenaerts just ferrying more water up the peloton as we speak. Important to have plenty of water today, especially given the conditions. It is a roasting day in France, and the race has been on fire from the start, really. But we do have an 8-man break with 1:20 on the peloton. Somebody who's representing their home region at today's race, and we have seen try some attacks, is Kevin Vauquelin, who had a mighty time trial yesterday. Real surprising ride from Vauquelin. I knew he was decent at time trials, but I didn't know he could mix it that well with some of the best GC riders in the world. But Vauquelin says it was hard work yesterday. The heart rate was through the roof, but it's incredible. All those fans supporting at the side of the road are just amazing. I think I did a decent time. I felt I was doing a good time while I was out there, but I don't know whether I expected it to be as good as it was. I agree with that. I don't have the words to describe it. I didn't look at the watts at all throughout my time trial. That's quote 1. I just tried to pace myself and then be able to push right the way through. It is incredible for me to get this experience. I have to be honest, tomorrow is another good stage for me. Today, wearing the white jersey though in front of everyone and getting that support was just an incredible experience. And he gained some incredible experience, probably by being in that jersey and being at the front of the race persistently for this opening couple of days to a week. Can he keep it up though for the rest of this Tour de France is the main question, or has he set out too early? Somebody who is playing catch-up, though, is this man, currently in the King of the Mountains jersey at the moment, or wearing it, should I say. Tim Wellens is now the new virtual King of the Mountains leader. But Jonas Vingegaard, at the end of yesterday's stage, before his Danish TV appearance, said, I just didn't have the legs today. I lost a bit of time and my legs were not feeling so good, so the result was matching my legs. I was fighting the bike and my legs today. Luckily though, the tour is long. I still believe in myself and the plan. I still believe that we can win. I was a bit surprised about my legs, but sometimes that's racing. It's about a minute. Of course, 1 minute seems like quite a lot, but then in the last 2 years, the tour has been won by a bit more than that. It wasn't going well from the start. But he's bullish, and he still believes that he can win this race, which I am really glad that he is so confident in his own abilities, because it's just good for the race. Really good for the race. And what is good for the race as well is that we have an elite breakaway group up the road. What's not so good, at least for my predictions, is that they're being held very tightly by UAE Team Emirates. And we've got 8 riders in the group. Now, one of these riders has had a sensible start to the year, but has scored better results in previous years. It's the 28-year-old Australian Michael Storer, who has won 2 stages of the Vuelta a España in his career. That is the 7th and 10th stage of 2021, where, of course, he won the Mountains jersey as well, King of the Mountains, and has started to get wins after a very dry spell in 2024. Won the Tour of the Alps this year, finished 10th in the Giro D'Italia as well. But other results he's had this year include a stage win at Paris-Nice on that awful 7th stage, where the weather was so terrible, beating Mauro Schmid and Georg Steinhauser on a day that the breakaway was victorious. He did hold on to finish 5th overall, only conceding 1 place in the general classification to Magnus Sheffield. But 5th overall in Paris-Nice, 10th overall at the Giro d'Italia. It's a good season for Michael Storer after an off year in his first year at Tudor. And he's in the breakaway today with plenty of elite riders. So it's going to be a difficult task for him to go all the way and win. Especially with Mathieu Van Der Poel, who has manoeuvred himself back into the virtual lead of the race. Of course, 1 minute 28. He was behind entering this stage. But the peloton are moving 65 kilometres an hour on false flat downhill. And it's Nils Pollitt leading the way. What an engine to have at the front of the peloton, and what an important teammate for Tadej Pogacar at last year's race. Performed some miracles on mountains that I've never seen him do before. He's always been a good classics rider and a very, very good rider at holding his effort across a Grand Tour. Very competent in that regard. But I have not seen him climb like he did last year. The 31-year-old, though, is an elite classics racer, as I mentioned. Third in last year's Ronde van Vlaanderen, fourth at last year's Paris-Roubaix, and a best result in arguably the biggest one-day race of the season in 2019, where he came second, losing out in a sprint to Philippe Gilbert of Deceuninck Quick-Step. So best result of second in Paris-Roubaix for Pollitt. And has won a stage of the Tour de France before, in the jersey of Bora Hansgrohe. Not a prolific winner on the road, but it was an absolute tactical masterclass from the breakaway. Attacking at the right time, Emmanuel Oveti and Harry Sweeney looking at each other, Stefan Küng not managing to make it across. And Pollitt arrived solo into the finish in Nîmes to take the last time a German won a stage at the Tour de France. Was Pollitt on stage 12 in 2021. Can Florian Lipovitz perhaps add to that and restart the clock? But at this point, Pollitt has one job, and that is to control. Had a good time trial yesterday. Solid day in the saddle, finishing 16th. Just behind Nelson Oliveira. And within, 16 seconds of Jonas Vingegaard. Also ahead of Mathieu Van Der Poel, who currently leads the virtual classification by 11 seconds. I don't really see him in yellow at the end of today, but would be good for the bingo card, because I've got Mathieu Van Der Poel down in this race to hold the jersey for a week and wear the yellow jersey after the time trial. So that would be incredibly useful. As Jonas Vingegaard here sat on the wheel of his teammate Sepp Kuss. And that's towards the rear of the peloton. There's one of the team cars trying to make the way through. Just getting onto the side of the road, so I'm a little bit scared that he might cause a major crash. Of course, those drivers, though, very talented at what they do. And it has indeed made it through the peloton and will give some assistance to one of the 8 riders up the road. Of course, no team with 2 riders in the breakaway. 8 riders from 8 different teams up front. There's Campenaerts at the back of the peloton, a couple of Total Energy riders there as well, making their way back up the group. Mathieu Verchet and Alexandre Delettre. Also getting some assistance there was Carlos Rodriguez at the back of the peloton at the Ineos team car. But another team leader is in the breakaway, Harold Tejada, albeit has lost a lot of time in the early parts of this tour for XDS Astana. Super climber on his day, and somebody who I will eventually profile once I get another ad break, because we've still got Eddie Dunbar and Will Barter to go. Will Barter, a guy I met once at the World Championships, seemed like a nice dude. And Pollitt is reading something. I don't know whether it's the ingredients on his gel, but he's having a bit of entertainment. of some kind, having a good look at the nutrition he's been given. And now he goes for it. I wonder what happens, though, if you're allergic to certain things. Allergies in the peloton. That's a feature that you could do. I think you're on the fly here. But given that we're talking about allergies in the peloton, it clearly shows that the race has lulled a bit. Finally. And the gap goes to 2 minutes. What a luxury for the breakaway. Being given 2 whole minutes. Van der Poel's in the jersey by over 30 seconds now. He's going to get a nosebleed. But I think this looks more like a UAE control day than I've ever seen before. Lovely bit of land art as well. Love the Tour de France for that. Pollitt will continue though. And sat in the wheel of the former German national champion is another former national champion in Pascal Inkhorn. Another rider who has some national bands on his arms, again from Germany, is Maximilian Schachmann, who sits behind Remco Evenepoel at the moment in the white jersey. But the world champion, the ex-world champion, leads the breakaway around a right-hand turn. And at the back of the group is the American national champion, Quinn Simmons, who would have been racing against one of the other riders in the breakaway because Will Barter is a fellow American, but did not go to the national championships this year. And does not often really go to his own national championships race, mainly because he's got other races to do. And he's more of a time trialist, so prefers getting involved in the American Time Trial Championships. His last appearance, actually, at the American National Road Race was 2021. So he has missed 4 years of National Road Race Championships. And it is a very good jersey, the American National Champions jersey, and there's probably no better rider to fit the bill for American National Champs jersey than Quinn Simmons. I'd say the most American looking rider in the peloton. Adam Yates at the rear of the peloton for now. There's Jeno Bootmoos is also there for Lotto, who have lost one rider at this Tour de France in Jasper de Boist, who would have been a key rider, really, for Arnaud Delis's sprint hopes. Delis in the green jersey group on the road at the moment. And it is a 2-minute 9 gap between the peloton and the breakaway, with 76.5 kilometres to go in the stage. 8 riders currently holding off Nils Pollitt, who leads the peloton. But it just feels like that kind of a day that will go the way of UAE Team Emirates XRG. Unless Remco Evenepoel, Jonas Vingegaard, or anyone else for that matter can have anything to do with it. So, we've got 3 riders left to profile in this break. We've just done Michael Storer. And our next rider is another Irishman, Eddie Dunbar, who has kind of certainly improved over recent years, has always had the potential to explode, and has kind of reduced himself to a small bang, I'd say, but is still a very good rider on the road. Is the 28-year-old Irishman. His first major win, though, at a Grand Tour came at the Vuelta a España on stage 11 of last year. And then he followed that up by winning stage 20 at Picon Blanco in the same race, which is actually his last professional victory. Have been 2 at the Vuelta a España, but he's not a prolific winner by any means. Won the Coppa Bartali and the Tour de Hungary in the GC and the Ireland National Time Trial Championships, but his only 2 professional stage wins have come at the Vuelta a España, which is not a bad race to have your only 2 stage wins as a professional. But he's a very capable GC rider, of course, winning the Coppa Bartali and the Tour de Hungary. That was in 2022. Also finished 7th at the 2023 Giro D'Italia. That was won, of course, by Primož Roglič. He was just over 7.5 minutes behind the Slovenian that year. But again, good GC rider, and very good on hilly terrain. As is Will Barter, who we briefly discussed with the American National Championships debate. But no, the 29-year-old is very, very talented over all sorts of terrains. Hasn't got a stage win at the Vuelta a España in the same way that Eddie Dunbar has, but has finished 2nd on a stage before in his career. Is nowhere near as prolific of a winner. Doesn't really have that sprint that can get him over the line. So yeah, his best Vuelta stage result was in the time trial. It was a time trial that was won by Primož Roglič, but Barter came incredibly close. Roglič only beat him by a second that year. And his only real big victory came for Movistar at the 2024 Volta Valenciana on the final stage in a solo breakaway, finishing 8 seconds ahead of Jonathan Milan, a certain green jersey wearer at the Tour. But he's certainly a very consistent rider and somebody whose results doesn't reflect his talent, if you get what I mean. 5th at Gran Camino in 2023 and won a stage, of course, at Valenciana. Only had 3 wins in his career, only had 1 victory, that Valenciana win, as a professional. But a very, very good rider. Very competent on this terrain as well. Loves a rolly course and a breakaway. But he'd have to go away alone, and I don't see it happening in this kind of a group. But our final rider in this breakaway is XDS Astana's leader, entering this race, Harold Tejada, who is having a bit of a career year at the moment. Did very well in 2023 as well. 3rd on the Tour of Turkey in 2023, behind his teammate and eventual winner Alexei Lutsenko that year. Ben Zwihoff was also up there for Bora, if you remember that name. And was 9th overall at the UAE Tour, again behind Ben Zwihoff. But that was this year. He's having a very, very good 2025, Harold Tejada. 10th at the Tour de Suisse in 2023 as well, which is a useful tune-up race, of course, for the Tour de France. But yes, this year had some very positive results indeed. Starting off with that 9th overall at the UAE Tour. Then finished 4th on the 5th stage of Paris-Nice, and 8th the stage before that to finish overall in 8th of the Race to the Sun. And did that alongside his teammate Clément Champoussin, who ended 7th at Paris-Nice and has also finished 2nd on a stage of the Dauphiné that was won by Ivan Romeo, who did have an attempt at getting into this breakaway, ultimately unsuccessful. But the Dauphiné was where his best performance has come this season. So he's getting into form, certainly, ahead of this Tour de France, but has had a pretty nightmare start, to say the least. The race situation, however, is stable finally. And there's 2 minutes 30 now between the breakaway and the peloton. But either way, 71.7 kilometres remaining, and the green jersey group are now 11 minutes behind the peloton. Sorry, not the peloton, the breakaway. 9 minutes behind the peloton. Enric Mas is looking for some assistance from the Movistar team car. So I'm sure he'll get that. Movistar's team leader, who suffered in the time trial yesterday, was overtaken by a man who started 2 minutes after him in Kevin Vauquelin and dropped to 13th overall, down 7 positions. Almost 3.5 minutes now behind current race leader Tadej Pogacar. But he had a super start to the race. I mean, entering that time trial, he was doing incredibly well. 6th overall, 48 seconds down, and had survived the first 3 stages, which not many of the GC riders could say they did. Either way, the peloton continue moving, and it's a peloton that's still not massive, as Enric Mas gets a rear wheel change from the Movistar team car, and then sets off once more. But we've probably got around an hour and a half remaining in this stage before the final sprint. So there's plenty of time for the breakaway to increase their gap if they want to do that, because they are finally being given a longer leash from UAE Team Emirates. And the advantage is probably going to be allowed to gradually drift out. We're approaching, though, the third climb of the day, the halfway point if you're looking at climbs, and it's the Côte de Mortain, Côte 314. What I'm going to call the Côte de 314. There's not 3 or 4 points given out, though, over the top. It is a Category 3 label, 1.7 kilometres at 9.6%. Which means 2 points will be given out to the first rider over the top of the climb, and 1 point for second. But none of the riders in this breakaway have picked up any points entering this stage. But despite the time gap growing, I still think that UAE can bring this one back at the click of the fingers. At the click of the fingers, should I say? Not a fingers. As we're about to get some radio from the UAE Team Emirates XRG team car, who say, guys, for the moment, Nils, go with your pace. For us, it's okay like this. We don't need to push too much. So again, those radios are like F1, about a couple of minutes behind. So they will have started implementing these instructions before the radio comes up on the screen. And it's true. Pollitt has indeed let the gap go out. Was holding it around 1.5 minutes for a long time. But it's almost double that now. But Pollitt knows what he needs to do. Just hold a tempo. And there's not many better at doing that than Nils Pollitt. Pascal Incorn in the wheel. Maximilian Schachmann sits third in the peloton. And Kevin Vauquelin looks a little bit like he's slightly suffering. Of course, did launch an attack against the team's instructions. But he's got plenty of riders with him for Arkea B&B Hotels. And has moved himself actually towards the front of the peloton. Visma Lease-A-Bike prefer to sit further back in this sort of middle section of the stage. But Vauquelin, of course, started this stage from his hometown. His home village in particular, of Bayeux. And it's around 27 degrees in France at the moment, so it's a warm day there. But some of the riders who have been dropped from the peloton include Wout van Aert and include Andertal and Johannesson, not Tobias. I'm trying to see if there are any other riders that are notable. Anthony Turgis dropped. Louis Barret as well for Intermarché Wanty. Turns and Mark Hirschi as well. Very useful punchers. And the kind of riders that this stage you'd think would suit on paper. Fred Wright also dropped for Bahrain Victorious, but that was a little bit more expected. A rider who was trying to get into the breakaway, as were a lot of riders at this race. But not many of them succeeded. Not many of them succeeded at all. Anyway, here's the profile of today's stage in more detail. And our next climb is the Côte de Mortain Côte 314. 1.6 kilometres, 9.5% average. And then we follow that up with the Côte de Jouvigny-la-Tertre, or La Tertre. 2.2 kilometres, 7.3%. Then they throw another difficult to pronounce climb name at us, the Côte de Saint-Michel de Montjoie. That's it. 3.7 kilometres, 4.5%, so a much easier effort, but for a longer time. That's also Category 3 labelled. And then the Category 4 Côte de Vaudry, 1.2 kilometres, 7.2% average. But again, if we look at my predictions for the stage, I've gone Van der Poel today. I kind of thought I'd gone Pogacar, which is not fantastic. Damn it. No, Van der Poel is my pick for today. He's found himself in the breakaway, and I do these, of course, before the stage begins. So I, for one, am hoping this breakaway goes the distance, but I'm going to keep an eye on Remco Evenepoel from the peloton. And Matej Mohoric, if he is still in the peloton group. Lenny Martinez, his teammate for Bahrain Victorious, is there, and so is Mohoric. So Mohoric, another one to keep an eye on maybe, but I was expecting him to be in the breakaway today, and he did not get involved in any of the moves whatsoever. So shows how little I know about this race, despite calling the first four of the first five stage winners. Either way, back we go to the race, which is settling down. Again, we've seen no crashes, actually, in this stage. Despite the race being very much on at the start, nobody's gone down, which is very positive. And the first time we've seen that at this Tour de France, which might mean that riders are settling in now and the nervousness is reducing. I wouldn't argue that, though, based on the start of today's stage, because so many teams were on edge and looking to get riders up the road. In the end, only 8 teams have done that, and only 8 riders have done that, with Yates, Healy, Simmons, Van Der Poel, Storer, Dunbar, Barta and Tejada up the road. And approaching our next climb of the day, the Côte 314. And you've got a green jersey group of 32 riders, well over 11.5 minutes behind the leading group. And the peloton, still not quite 3 minutes of a gap as of yet. And there's a 26 rider group kind of in between the group of the green jersey and the group of the peloton, the yellow jersey. But many riders continuing to sit on the rear of the peloton. Number 35 is Neilson Powless, whose teammates gave it a go today. Most notably Ben Healy, who's found himself in the breakaway. Alex Baudin tried an attack, ultimately in vain. Michael Waldron, of course, tried to make it across as well. So many riders were getting involved in chase groups and various little mini breakaways. Ultimately, most of them were chasse patates, but the one that Eddie Dunbar made on his own did prove to be fruitful, because Dunbar was the latest rider to get across and the last possible rider to make it across. 800 metres though to the top of the climb. Healy is on the front of the breakaway group. Storer sat second wheel, then Will Barter third. So 600 metres to go until the summit of the Côte de Montagne. I don't know what 314 stands for. But they will soon be at 314 metres until the top. 2 minutes and 50 seconds separate the peloton from the leading group, though. We saw Ben Healy trying to get involved in the opening King of the Mountain sprint. Could not usurp Quinn Simmons, though, who looks like he's taking an interest in the polka dot jersey. I mean, he's got a very nice looking jersey on, as is, but perhaps looking for what he thinks is an upgrade. Meanwhile, at the back of the peloton is Bruno Amirai, a man who has been in and around this Tour de France and at the forefront of television pictures for a lot of this tour. The French time trial champion, showing his ability in the discipline by finishing 4th on yesterday's time trial around Caen. But Healy continues to lead the breakaway group. Quinn Simmons, though, sat second wheel, looks a shoo-in for attacking, as so many people have made it up this short rise. 63.6 kilometres remain as Ben Healy continues on the front. And a short attack from Eddie Dunbar is not going to be followed by anybody. So Dunbar takes the King of the Mountains points without any competition. Surprising after the amount of effort Quinn Simmons put in on the first climb of the day. But Dunbar takes 2 points and opens up his account in the polka dot jersey classification. $63.3 to go for the breakaway group, who will be on a short flat section and then go downhill into our next climb of the day, which is another Category 3 labelled rise. The Côte de Juvigny-la-Tertre, sorry, should I say? There is an extra R in that. 7.3%, 2.2 kilometres in length, so not as steep, but 500 metres longer than the previous effort. And another chance for Eddie Dunbar, seemingly, to take 2 free King of the Mountains points. Hanging on to the back of the peloton, though, is Matteo Trentin, who has been in that position for most of the day. Neilson Paulus as well towards the back. And for Cofidis is Alex Aramburu, who maybe a couple of years ago might have been an outside pick for this stage. Gone a little bit off the boil, especially since the move to Cofidis. And Gregor Mühlberger as well towards the back for Movistar. Of course, Aramburu's former team. An average speed, though, of 46.1 kilometres an hour in the opening part, 140 kilometres of the stage. 62, though, to go. And it will soon start ramping up again in the peloton. The gap is still holding at around 3 minutes, so they are not giving this breakaway a long leash by any means, but this is the first we're seeing now of Visma Lease-A-Bike at the front of the peloton for a long time, represented by Victor Campenaerts for now at the head of that train, and Tish Benoit, who gets out of the saddle very briefly over the top of the Coates 314. Pollitt leads the way over for UAE Team Emirates XRG. Victor Campenaerts to his right, and then to the right of him, Arkea B&B Hotels, who are showing themselves at the front of the peloton. Perhaps having a different strategy now that Kevin Vauquelin has proven himself in the time trial, but it's an all-Irish top 2. The 2 Irish riders at the race taking the top 2 positions over the Côte de Mortain. And the breakaway continues to press on. Mathieu Van Der Poel with the plaster on his right elbow that he's had on since the team presentation. I assume not the same plaster. I assume he's had it changed. But Pollitt still leads the way, having a brief conversation with Victor Campenaerts. Doesn't look too happy, Nils Pollitt. But he's continuing his discussion. I'm sure this will be on Victor's Instagram page. But there is a chat between, an extended chat between Campenaerts and Pollitt. Pollitt looks more irate than Campenaerts does. I don't know what it's all about, because it's UAE's job to pace. But we're into the final 60 kilometres. Just under 3 minutes to the peloton, and that gap is held. What will the conversation between Pollitt and Campenaerts do to the time gap? Probably very little, because they're still going at a fair lick in the peloton. But the race is kind of bubbling away, I think. I've had this feeling since early on in the stage that UAE Team Emirates want the win with Tadej Pogacar. But 3 minutes to the peloton, 12 minutes exactly to the green jersey. That was quite nice symmetry there for a brief moment. But it looks like after a brief spell where the sprinters were in trouble, they have got at least back in the game in regards to the time limit. I don't think it was ever incredibly out of the question that they would not finish. But there was a brief moment where at the start of the stage everything was going off and the breakaways were just constantly happening, which was forcing the pace of the race to increase over and over again. There was a brief moment where I did think some of these sprinters might struggle to stay within the time cut. But they're all together, and over this sustained, it's not really flat, is it? But less hilly segment, they have regained their composure and made sure that they are at an achievable rate, going at an achievable rate. And I see this one going to the peloton anyway, so that might be the gap to keep your eye on rather than the gap to the breakaway. Warren Barguil, though, out of the back of the peloton as Quinn Simmons has a stretch and receives a bottle from the Lidl-Trek team car. And all of the team cars now are up with the leading group. Of course, it's taken so long for those team cars to make it up there. And the likes of Quinn Simmons and Ben Healy, who were involved in early moves, probably badly needed some nourishment in the middle section of the stage, and they're finally getting it. So it's a chance, I suppose, for them to really catch up on fluids and catch up on their nutrition. Because again, it took so long for the breakaway to go. It's going to be a very difficult one to do a podcast about. Noting down exactly who was in a breakaway and at what time and whether that breakaway ended up making it. In the end, though, the breakaways that did make it were Healy and Simmons, then the likes of Van Der Poel, Barta, Tejada, who were the instigators. Eddie Dunbar, who got across on his own, and Simon Yates and Michael Storer, who made it across as a duo. Nice little karting track there. But 56.8 kilometres remain in the day. And this is starting to swing the way of Alpecin Deceuninck and Mathieu Van Der Poel. I'm starting to wonder whether Tadej Pogacar actually does want to concede the jersey. But it's so difficult to work out. It kind of hangs in the balance at the moment with over 56 kilometres remaining in the day. We're about to start a sustained downhill period where the gap will neither really grow nor shrink. As Tom Stroins settles in, a rider who, if he was a leader of a team, might have circled this stage as one to go for a win in. But of course he's got to protect Matthias Skjelmose, Lidl-Trek's leader in the general classification, who has moved into the top 10 after yesterday's stage, the Dane. Just being kept out of the wind by the Latvian national champion. And our Airbnb hotels have plenty of riders up there for Kevin Vogtelau right now. Three minutes 20 though now. The gap just keeps on edging up and up, which is handy for our leading group of 8. And 8 very good riders as well in their own rights. It'll be very fun, I think, if the breakaway gets given enough time to go for the stage win. Because riders like Yates, riders like Tejada, riders like Will Barter even, are very talented in their own rights, but have not had great starts to this Tour de France. Meanwhile, riders like Van Der Poel, and to an extent Ben Healy, have started this race very competently indeed, Van Der Poel especially so. So you've got riders going into form, riders on top form, but no matter what, you've got 8 incredibly talented individuals at bike riding up the road, each with different rider styles, I suppose, and attributes that they are best at. Who will be going just for King of the Mountains points? Dunbar has set his stall out for those. Who will be going for a potential stage win? Who will be going for the yellow jersey? Will Mathieu Van Der Poel just be content with riding this one in as long as he finishes over 90 seconds ahead of Pogacar? Again, that's why I enjoy the breakaway stages so much, because there is so much strategy involved with a breakaway that you don't really get with a GC battle. With a GC battle, it's purely about who's got the best watts per kilo. The breakaway, though, is a much more strategic. Who do I think is going to win the stage? Well, glad you asked, because I've just gone to an ad break, so I can discuss this. I'm trying to work out what I can shorten your name to, Igor Rune. I think I'll just call you Rune for the sake of this question. But here's my prediction. The man I've got for the stage win that I made before the start of the stage was Mathieu Van Der Poel. He's the man I wrote down at the start of this Tour de France for this particular stage. So I am chuffed to bits that he's in the breakaway. I'm watching Remco Evenepoel, not necessarily for the stage win, but he's a man with renewed confidence, I think, from the individual time trial. And I'm intrigued to see how he manoeuvres himself on today's stage compared to the GC guys. Does he continue off of the back of the high of winning the time trial and be a lot more confident, maybe launch an attack? Or does he just sit on Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard for as long as possible, if he can even do so? Perhaps he's only looking at the likes of Primož Roglic, who Luke Plapp gave away that he is not interested at all in the performance of Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar. He's solely interested in going for the podium. But no, I've got Van Der Poel to win the stage, and I circled Mohoric as a potential breakaway rider, but he never actually attacked at all, despite there being a massive battle for the breakaway. Mohoric was never involved in it. So I had Mohoric down from the breakaway, I had Van Der Poel to win it from the peloton, and I had Remco to just keep an eye on. But Van Der Poel instead is just doing it from the breakaway, because Mathieu Van Der Poel does what Mathieu Van Der Poel wants. Like, that's all I can really say. So I got Mathieu Van Der Poel for today, and based on previous form, I had Tim Merlier stage 1, which is not brilliant, of course, that's stage 1 by Philipsen. But I had Van Der Poel stage 2, I had Merlier stage 3, I had Pogacar stage 4, and I had Remco Evenepoel stage 5. So I am on 4 for 5 right now. I'm hoping to make it 5 for 6. And Mathieu Van Der Poel, if he does win, will make me a very happy man. Not because I've had a money prediction on it or anything. But for now, Van Der Poel is in the driving seat, at least because he is in the leading group. But he's got a lot of talented riders to try and better if he does have to win the stage. If he does end up winning the stage, of course. It's his kind of profile, because it's a false flat sprint to the line again. Similar to that of stage 2, which he dominated. But no, hilly stage, lots of short, sharp climbs throughout. In fact, let's do this by getting the profile up again. In more detail. Here's the profile, 201.5 kilometre stage. And it's hilly, lots of climbs, littered, mostly towards the end that we are now into. 6 in total, and the rise to the finish. All of them are category 3s, apart from one category 4, which is the last climb of the day, the Côte de Vaudry, 1.2 kilometres at 7.2%. So I think this is the puncher's playground. The final 700 metres of this climb, though, are at 10.2%, and it's at its steepest in the second half. So this is exactly the kind of stage that the punchers are looking at capitalising. As we're having a correction from an EF rider who just about keeps it up, Neilson Paulus, on my feed right now. But no, some of the other riders I'm looking at are kind of like Vokala, Skelmoser, Pogacar obviously, and UAE Team Emirates could take the stage by the scruff of the neck. And yeah, I think they are kind of doing that at the moment, or they were, definitely. But the gap has slightly ballooned. It's 3 minutes 43, and it is 14 minutes to the group, including Jonathan Milan's green jersey. Indeed though, Rune, I'm very happy with my predictions so far. Usually I'm incredibly wrong. But yeah, maybe there's an opportunity to have a little bit of a money prediction, let's call it. Let's not call it a bet. No, I made all these predictions at I host a podcast, which, I mean, who doesn't these days? And I can't say it's high art, but you do get some good predictions on there based on my form at the moment. Again, like, I am not a good predictor. I've done this for 5 years, right? I've done these watch-alongs for 5 years, and I rarely ever get them right. But this year, for some reason, I've turned up and I am doing the business. I don't know how, don't know why. It just seems to be falling my way. So I actually don't know who I've got tomorrow. I need to listen to the podcast back. But I basically just noted down all of my picks. And right now, 4 out of 5, 80%. And we're on 4 in a row as well. It's not like we've done the first 2 stages and stage 4 and 5. But we are on the third to last climb. And I'm predicting that Eddie Dunbar's going to take this because seemingly nobody else fancies getting involved based on the previous climb. So Dunbar might take another 2 points for his King of the Mountains bid. And he'll be slowly moving himself up to where Tim Wellens is, who currently holds the virtual King of the Mountains classification. Of course, entered this particular stage on 5 points, then took the Category 3 second test of the day to move himself onto 7. Dunbar, of course, is on 2, so he needs to win all of the remaining climbs to move level with Tim Wellens. As Pollitt continues to lead the peloton, 3 minutes and 45 seconds behind our 8-man breakaway, who have finally been given some time. There's even a chance to have a mechanical probably with this sort of time gap and make it back to the peloton. But we've got a 2.2 kilometre climb ahead of the peloton. And the average percentage of that climb is 7.3%. It's nothing like the climb that comes up after that, which is 4.5%, 3.7 kilometres. But 570 metres remain as salt is visibly present on Julien Alaphilippe's black Tudor Pro cycling jersey. Healy took the 1 point for second place over the last climb, but again didn't go for it. With Quinn Simmons on his wheel, I thought Quinn Simmons was going to attack for the points because he did that on the first climb, but the American national champion decided against it and just let Dunbar peel off the front and take 2. "250 metres though until the top of the climb. They're going to have to flick forward to the breakaway eventually. They finally do, and at the front is Eddie Dunbar, so I wonder whether he struck up a deal with the rest of the breakaway. But he clearly hasn't, or Storer hasn't read the script, because off he goes with an attack. Dunbar tries to get onto the wheel of the Australian, but the Australian looks back, kicks harder, and goes to the top of the climb to take 2 points. Dunbar following in for the singular point, which will mean that Tim Wellens will wear the polka dot jersey for the rest of the race, or at the end of the stage, should I say. Do I have a favourite cyclist? Maybe someone who no longer competes. I am a fan. So I grew up as a fan of Tadej Van Garderen, mainly because he won the white jersey on the first ever tour that I watched. So I kind of took him on as my favourite rider. Spoiler alert, terrible decision, because that man was unlucky as anything. So because he's retired, I am now kind of waiting for somebody to interest me as a pro. I did take on Joe Dombrowski for a brief period when Van Garderen initially retired, because I thought that's an American climber. Obviously could have picked Sepp Kuss, but I thought that's too obvious. And I quite like picking niche guys. But no, watched Dombrowski win a Giro stage, which was probably my happiest moment as a bike racing fan. But no, I'm kind of looking for a favourite from the current peloton. I quite like Pollitt. I just kind of like the fact that he grits his teeth at the front of the peloton. But actually, like I'm thinking now, I don't have anybody that I currently support. I like Pogacar and Vingegaard. I'm like, but I don't really. Neither of them I would call one of my favourites. It's more like the niche guys that I enjoy. Someone like Tom Schroins, as an example. Quite a fun personality. But no, Wellens leads the King of the Mountains classification on 7 points for now. Pogacar on 5. Eddie Dunbar moving himself up into 3rd on 3 points. But even if he wins the Category 3 climb up next and the Category 4 climb after that, he will only move himself to 6, which will not be enough to usurp Tim Wellens. Rune, you started watching cycling in 2007 and the person who got you into it was Contador. I find that with a lot of people. A lot of people sort of Contador was their gateway into watching cycling. And yeah, very popular favourite rider. So where are you from out of interest? Because are you a Spanish guy or are you from somewhere else? Because my mate that I do the podcast with also is a Contador fan, but he's from Denmark, weirdly. So I kind of have to take the role of being a Pogacar fan to kind of make sure the podcast isn't biased, I suppose, in the way of Jonas Vingegaard, because he is a big Jonas fan. Bulgaria, interesting. Do they show the race over there? Do they have a TV channel that does that, or are you kind of relying on the world feed, I suppose? But the peloton are going over the top of this climb. Visma Lease-A-Bike through the centre. Tom Schroins on the right-hand side for Lidl-Trek with a couple of riders there. And one rider for Lidl-Trek at the back of the peloton, Thibaut Nace. Somebody who I had as an outside pick for a couple of stages, but hasn't had the best start to his debut Tour de France. No, Bulgaria, super interesting country. And a country who, I'm trying to think of their last, pro that they produced. It's been a while since they've had a guy at World Tour. It feels like, yeah. Cycling isn't very popular in Bulgaria because we don't have many good roads for it. I mean, I would say the same in Great Britain, but that feels like a bit of a third world problem, complaining about potholes and stuff. Because yeah, some of your roads are a lot worse than ours. I'll say that. It puts things into perspective. But no, 4 minutes till the head of the race from the peloton. And we're starting to get to that point where we bring up the classic myth of 1 minute per 10 kilometres. And the longer this race goes on, and the more this gap stays as it is, the more likely that the breakaway, shall I say, will make it all the way to the line. Once they get to the foot, or the bottom, I should say, of this descent, there will be 40 kilometres of the race to go. And it will be up and down from that point onwards. Brief flat section before the final climb of the day, the Côte de Vaudry. 7.2%, 1.2 kilometres in length. But the wind hasn't blown too heavily today either, despite, previous days. But Healy has gone for a little bit of a flyer off the front. Again, not necessarily too sure about Ben Healy's tactics in bike races. But whatever. You've got to attack, I suppose, to make sure that Van Der Poel is in trouble. But I think the breakaway now has this. But Ben Healy's gone on a flyer, and I am interested in seeing how this gap manoeuvres. You lived in London for 10 years, and you could say that when you arrived in 2014, the roads were much better than they are now. I'm not sure why that is, but part of my heart still lives in the UK. Oh, that's nice. Were you there for the Tour de France that year? Of course, started in Great Britain. And I believe, I don't think it's next year's, but the year after might start in Great Britain as well. Which is, again, a bad sign because of the road service, but there we are. Either way, Healy, I think, has done a little bit too much at the start of this stage to nail down a 40-kilometre solo effort. But he's got it in the locker, maybe not necessarily after this much effort, and with this group of talent behind them. But it's an early move, and if Group 2 dynamics occur, then why not give it a go, Ben Healy? I'm absolutely down for this, and it's certainly providing some entertainment, or some more entertainment, because it's been a very entertaining stage. Either way, he's got around 20 seconds on this group, and it's an ever-increasing gap. But no, riders will sit in, I think, try and get Van Der Poel to pace this back as much as possible, but it will get to a point, I am sure, where they will be a little bit too concerned that the race is going up the road. It was a big move from Healy, major commitment, and it was Simon Yates that initially responded with Dunbar on his wheel, but neither of them could make it across to the Irishman, who is now away and alone, 23 seconds on a group of 7 now that are working with each other. But you now have the situation where riders will take shorter and less vicious turns at the front of the peloton before our next climb of the day, which is varying in percentage, to say the very least. It's 4.5% average, but that doesn't tell you all about the Côte de Saint-Michel de Montjoie. 3.7 kilometres in length, and the gradient varies quite drastically. But Healy away at the front with a trademark Ben Healy move. And the call has been made. Healy has put his chips down. I wouldn't call it going all in, but he's very close to that, I think. Again, a rider who doesn't really want to take this to a sprint. I think only Simmons and Van Der Poel would want to go to a sprint out of the leading 8. Healy does have capabilities in a flat finish, or a punchy finish, should I say. But you don't really want to take it to a sprint with Van Der Poel and Simmons, to say the least. Yates again, the lightweight, featherweight climber of the bunch, will have the opportunity on those 12% average final rise. As will Michael Storer. But again, this stage is super open in the way it's been designed. And the breakaway reflects that, because you've got classic specialists, you've got GC riders, you've got teammates that are getting their own opportunity in the form of Will Barter today and Eddie Dunbar. And you've got stage hunters like Quinn Simmons. Bulgaria, as a country without strong cycling traditions, is rumoured to be a potential starting location for the Giro. Interesting. Again, the road surface conversation will be discussed, I'm sure. And I wonder whether the road surfaces might improve if the Giro ever comes there. But the Giro's been to more far out places before. It was in Albania this year, of course. And we've got a Giro winner in the breakaway. In fact, the most recent Giro d'Italia winner in the form of Simon Yates. And a rider who also has a positive relationship with the Giro d'Italia in Mathieu Van Der Poel, although I'd be hastened to say he's got a more positive relationship with the Tour de France, because not only has he won 2 stages, he's also worn the yellow jersey. But Van Der Poel has been in and around the Giro d'Italia multiple times, in contention for stage wins. Only raced it once, of course, but had a couple of opportunities going in breakaways. There was a stage that sticks in my memory, in which he went in a breakaway with Biniam Girmay, stage 10 of 2022, where he finished second in a sprint to the Eritrean, but was constantly on the attack all day, and made it into a massive breakaway group. But the second chase group on the road have to keep rotating, because Ben Healy is increasing his gap, and you give that man an inch and he will take a mile. 35 kilometres to go, 35 seconds the gap to Ben Healy, and 4 minutes 35 to the peloton. So this is going to the breakaway now, which is why it's a good move from Healy, because he can hold a tempo that will be able to hold off the peloton at the very least, even if they go all out on these final 2 climbs. And it might cause some issues with the chase group, and not everybody contributing as they should do. Because at some point, the likes of Will Barter will have to stop pacing and save themselves up for their own attack, because they are not winning this in a punchy effort or a sprint. So it was destined for Healy to be off the front first, but I'm sure Will Barter would have preferred it to be him. And Healy keeps opening this gap. Again, it was Van Garderen that put the call in the EF team car when he won that Giro stage. But he said in a post-race interview that it was Ben Healy that decided to go for the move, and all Van Garderen was doing was alerting him of corners and what was coming up on the road. And then it was just Healy and the bike and his wattage. But once Healy gets this gap to a minute, if he does, the EF team car will be allowed to pass through. That might be an opportunity for the likes of Barter to attack behind the car and get a decent draft to get away from the remaining riders in this breakaway. But it will mean that Healy can receive water, can receive nutrition, and can receive instructions from the team car. But he's still got a long way, 20 seconds, to get that gap to a minute. But with the way it's going at the moment, he might be able to succeed in doing that. Healy, a hill specialist, of course, but more notably, a breakaway specialist. And these are the efforts that he loves doing. Just him, on his own, against the clock, and against his breakaway compatriots. And the breakaway, they're giving him a gap that immediately is looking like too much to bring back. They're going to have to work together, but I don't think a single rider can get across to this. We'll see how he does once the climb proper gets underway, and the fresher riders will probably launch a move. The likes of Tejada, I think, and Dunbar should go if I'm them on the second climb. Maybe Quinn Simmons gives it a try as well, but I think he's more suited to the valley road after that penultimate climb of the day. But Healy's got 33 kilometres to go. Of course, a double road race champion of Ireland. And once the TT champion of his home country. Which is basically what he's doing now. That was, of course, the last time trial that he won in his career, and the only professional time trial he's won. The national championships of his home country. But, on his day, can produce a very good time trial. But his preferred choice of vehicle for a time trial is a road bike, because he is an absolute specialist at these kind of efforts. The pink EF Education EasyPost car must be ready to hit the accelerator at any point, because the gap is 48 seconds. And if it keeps going out, they will soon be allowed to bypass this second group, as we're about to have a team radio from UAE Team Emirates, where Nils Pollitt says, "I'm done for today," and hands over to Pavel Sivakov. And indeed, Pollitt has done his job. Perhaps did it a little bit weirdly by keeping the breakaway so close to begin with. But the gap grew. It's now over 5 minutes. And it's going to be a battle between the breakaway riders. If we get a breakaway battle for the stage win and a battle between the GC guys, that is my perfect kind of stage. But the Côte de Saint-Michel de Montjoie, 3.7 kilometres, 4.5% average, low gradient and long. It's either that or short and very steep on these stages. There's no real in-between on this particular stage. But now the gap is holding. And it's more interesting to see the movements and the demeanour of the riders in the second group at this point. Because this is the first launch pad for an attack from riders in the second group on the road. Right now, Healy's pacing his effort and is a master at doing that in these situations. But again, one of the big crosses next to his name is the fact that he does like to jump too early. But the gap just keeps on growing, 50 seconds, as the peloton begins to climb. Or the breakaway, should I say. The rest of the breakaway begins to climb. Will Barter, this is his kind of percentage. Sort of 8 to 9%. Not necessarily absurdly steep, but enough of a percentage to cause gaps. And it's Quinn Simmons slotting into third wheel as Mathieu Van Der Poel ends up leading the way. But we're getting very close to the minute mark. And the moment that car flies past, it will be the chance for one of them to move. And there's the attack from Simmons. So Simmons is the first to launch a move from the second group on the road. Harold Tejada looking to pace himself. Dunbar also was thinking about doing the same, but decided against it and attacks up to the wheel of Simon Yates, who is clinging on to the rear wheel of Mathieu Van Der Poel. But the acceleration from Simmons is neutralised by his fellow American Will Barter, who looks behind, sees the rest of the 6 riders behind him, now including Quinn Simmons, who pulls off of the group. And now what will happen? Because that's the first attack. Will there be looking around? There is plenty of it as Van Der Poel comes to the front once more. More than happy to pull plenty of turns. But from that attack, Tejada looks like he is slightly struggling, or looks the worst of the breakaway riders. Will Barter was straight on it. But again, he's going to need to get there on his own. And with all the dilly-dallying looking round, advantage Ben Healy. And Quinn Simmons' attack might have just given Healy some more motivation. And off he goes again. The American national champion, followed once again by Will Barter, but this time he's got clear daylight in front of Will Barter, who is starting to tie up. May have gone too far into the red trying to follow the repeated Quinn Simmons accelerations, but Yates, Storer and Van Der Poel look like they're trying to get across, Storer especially so, who has just attacked and is making it across to Quinn Simmons. So this is a very talented duo going up the road. And Mathieu Van Der Poel is going to have to now bring 3 riders back as opposed to just the one. And this is going to put the EF team car in trouble, because now they've got to go past 2 groups. Storer and Simmons, though, have a large gap to Yates, Van Der Poel, Dunbar, Barter and Tejada. So it's 1 versus 2 versus 5. But the 1 is leading the way, and the 2 are trying to bridge across. An American-Australian duo. The first we've really seen of Tudor Pro cycling at this race as well, apart from Alaphilippe making a brief cameo on stage 2. Of course, Van Der Poel was there on that day as well. Ended up winning the stage. But the more riders go up the road without Mathieu Van Der Poel, the harder it will be for the Dutchman to bring them back. But Healy's got 850 metres until he's over the next effort. Then he'll have a flat segment, a downhill false flat if you will. And then the road goes downhill and it's a chance to recover. Before another long valley and then the final 2 climbs of the day that come in quick succession. Short, sharp, steep efforts that a man like Ben Healy I'm sure will enjoy if he has the gap to have that feeling. But Storer and Simmons have 21 seconds already on the group of Van Der Poel. I feel like this group just needs 1 extra rider though. But it's so interesting that Healy and Simmons, despite being at the front of the race for the most time of this breakaway, you would think they would be the most tired, but away they go. And are the leading 2 riders on the road at the moment, as Simmons takes over from Storer to pull a turn in the second group. Nils Pollitt's day is done, as Ben Healy approaches the summit of the penultimate climb of the day. And he'll go over it in first position, takes 2 points. I don't think Simmons or Storer will battle for the singular point too heavily. because they're looking at the stage win, which is currently going to the Irishman Ben Healy as it stands. But such a fascinating situation on the road at the moment. As Simmons really starting to bob out of the saddle, Storer preferring to stay seated in the wheel of the American national champion, and then surges past Simmons to make sure he takes 1 point over the top of the climb. Simmons doesn't look interested over the Côte de Saint-Michel de Montjoie, and that is the last we will see of that at this Tour de France, at least once the peloton have gone over the top of it. And the gap to the group of Van Der Poel has grown, but might start shrinking because Simon Yates has increased the tempo. Harold Tejada clinging onto the rear and is doing so competently. Mathieu Van Der Poel sat second wheel. But you have a surge from Yates now that has caused no damage at all because Barter, Dunbar, Van Der Poel and Tejada have all stayed within range of the Yates attack. Just over 26 kilometres for Ben Healy to hold out. And this is the type of situation that he loves. We've seen him do this so many times at races before. Sometimes it has been without result. Sometimes it has paid off in quite spectacular fashion. And now he's in the driver's seat, but has to make sure that he keeps the effort, keeps the wattage fairly level, and ensures that he recovers as much as he possibly can on the descent of the Montjoie. Simmons takes a bottle from a motorbike. And that's the end of Nils Pollitt's day out of the back of the peloton. A look across to the camera and a brief smirk from the German. Will be a key man for Tadej Pogacar in the mountains especially, and in the valleys on the mountain stages particularly. But Healy now will be ticking down the kilometres. EF have not had a fantastic start to their Tour de France. Marijn van den Berg being caught up in a crash on stage 1 with Ben O'Connor. Caden Groves was also involved in that, but just about kept it on the bike. However, their sprinter was kind of out of contention from stage 1 and has never really been in and around the results. Kasper Asgreen has been involved in a breakaway at this Tour, but again, ultimately brought back. This breakaway, though, looks much more fruitful, especially for Ben Healy, who might be providing the American team with their first win at this Tour de France. Richard Carapaz, of course, did it last year for them, winning a stage of the Tour de France. And that was the last time that they tasted victory at the Great Race. But I've got my what I believe is going to be my final ad break. So I'm just going to mute up and grab something to eat for 2 seconds. One minute 25 separates the group, including Van Der Poel, with Ben Healy at the front of the race. And it's a fascinating watch. It may not be the most interesting with the Vingegaard against Pogacar battles that we've seen on previous stages, but it is a tactically fascinating race that we've got on our hands. When to attack at the right time, which groups do you work with, which riders go at what time. Yates has tried an attack already. He's been the only one really that hasn't caused any separation from an acceleration, because Healy was the first to get away and Quinn Simmons had 2 goes at it, but a second time lucky for the American. And Michael Storer bridged across in what was a very, very strong move and showed that the Tudor rider had legs. Somebody who saved up the legs for this stage. Finished in I believe, the bottom 10 of the time trial. And I was very, very close to picking him for today's stage. Instead went for Mohoric. Which, every man must have his a loss eventually. It was about time I was humbled. And Matej Mohoric provided it by not even bothering to go in any moves. But Healy will be just counting down the kilometres now. Ticking them off one by one. Half a kilometre by half a kilometre. And if he's doing them in 1 kilometre segments, he's got just under 23 of them to go. And those will be chalked off very quickly, because it's downhill until about 20 kilometres remaining. But that's the last period of sustained downhill of the stage. And then a long flat section before the Côte de Vaudry, which will arrive in just over 4 kilometres time. But on a warm day of the Tour de France, the racing has been hot from the start. And Ben Healy being sprayed by the EF team car. And now Tudor on the radio to Michael Storer saying, "Allez Michael, come on, you are super strong." And indeed so, based on the way he closed the gap to Quinn Simmons. But a rider who is stronger at the moment is Ben Healy, who just keeps on raising the levels. 1 minute and 5 to Simmons and Storer. 1 minute and 41 to the group of Van Der Poel. And it looks like the man born just outside of Birmingham, representing Ireland and representing EF Education EasyPost, will take a Tour de France stage win. Reminiscent, really, of the Niels Pollitt stage win from a couple of years ago that he had for Bora Hansgrohe, where he was the first to attack away and a small group followed. But Pollitt in the end just had the power and had the raw stamina to beat the chasers and get to the finish line on his own. But Healy is holding a ripping tempo right now. And the group of Van Der Poel do not look like they are dialed in right now. Michael Storer does. He still wants this stage win, as does everybody really in this breakaway. But realistically, Ben Healy looks like the man who's going to take this. And the peloton is at 6 minutes 10, so it could be a real day off for the likes of Tadej Pogacar, Jonas Vingegaard and Remco Evenepoel, who did say that there are bigger stages ahead. And he's right. The mountains will come soon, especially in that second and third week of the race. But there is a good opportunity for the likes of Kevin Vauquelin to launch a move maybe and gain some seconds on GC. But right now, Mathieu Van Der Poel is moving himself back into the yellow jersey. And perhaps that is another instance that will change the outcome of this race. Because Van Der Poel is now probably just pacing to get as big of a gap as possible in the general classification and make sure he takes the yellow jersey. There's a small gap breaks between Harold Tejada and Eddie Dunbar, with Van Der Poel, Yates and Will Barter, as Van Der Poel will get some assistance from the Alpecin Deceuninck team car. So the gap to the second group is still bridgeable, very much so, but the gap from the second group to the first group is not at all. 1 minute and 17 seconds. And this certainly looks like Ben Healy's to lose. And again, all of this group still working with each other, but not very well. All of them are taking turns, but they're just not putting any time into Ben Healy or bringing him back. If anything, it's more likely going to go to 2 minutes than back down to the sort of 1 minute 30. It's just an enormous ride from Healy, who looks like is getting some payback from the effort that he's put in. As Simmons rejects the option of a bottle from the Lidl-Trek Soigneur. Simmons and Storer have tried it, but I think it will ultimately be a chasse patate. Certainly for the stage win. A high stage placing for both of them would be useful. It would be both of them's highest stage placing at the Tour. Simmons' best Grand Tour stage result was a third place in one stage of the Vuelta. Of course, Storer has won stages at the Vuelta before, but has struggled to find any sort of stage result at a Tour de France. Has only competed in one other Tour, Michael Storer, and has a best stage result of 5th. So yep, both of them are going for their highest stage finish. If they finish in the top 5, within the top 5, that is. But Healy continues on. And Simmons, the man from Durango, is trying his hardest to pull this one back, but you're in an arm wrestle against a bodybuilder with Ben Healy. Nobody is better at this situation than Ben Healy. Never finished in the top 10 at the Tour de France, Quinn Simmons. So this is uncharted territory really for the American. Given an opportunity to go in the breakaway, and is taking it, but is not going to bring home the trophy. That will belong to Ben Healy in around 15 kilometres time, barring incident or accident you'd think, because he's got 1 minute and 34 seconds on the chasing duo. over 2 minutes now to the group, including Mathieu Van Der Poel. It looks destined for a Ben Healy win. Again, he'd need something to go drastically wrong, you'd think, to concede stage victory. And the green jersey group, over 20 minutes now behind. But Healy is in fantastic form. By the looks of things, has been saving himself for this stage and is profiting massively. The peloton is increasing their pace though, at 6.5 minutes down. So it looks like Pogacar's preparing for an attack. And we will be seeing some drama maybe, because UAE is starting to shed their domestiques. The pace is increasing and more riders are staying alert. They are over the top of the penultimate climb in the peloton, and it will soon be Valley Roads. But UAE Team Emirates XRG is still controlling that. Meanwhile, Ben Healy is controlling the race right now. 12.8 kilometres to go, 1 categorised climb left, but 2 quote-unquote climbs, because the finishing climb into Vire Normandie is difficult, to say the least. But Ben Healy, who's come through Trinity's academy, was missed by the likes of Ineos Grenadiers, and instead elected to go for EF Education EasyPost in 2022, is going to get his biggest win ever at this rate. I don't really want to jinx it, but I do feel like it's outside of any doubt right now that Ben Healy is going to win this one. He's got 12 kilometres left to ride. But I believe this might be race over, at least for the stage win. Looks like we've still got a race on our hands in the general classification, looking at how the peloton are racing at the moment. But Healy is doing a clinical job, making sure that he's away, rightly the winner of the combativity prize for the stage. Been at the front from the start, really. Been involved in the earliest moves. It was Healy and Simmons, remember, that started it after the intermediate sprint at 22 kilometres. They were the first riders to go. And it's Healy and Simmons that are first and second on the road. Admittedly, Michael Storer is also there giving Quinn Simmons some turns. But Healy just continues to put time in to the other riders. It's just gradually grown and grown. Every time you think that they're going to pull the time gap back, the gap ticks up by a second here and there, and it really adds up. But Ben Healy is away. We'll have a couple more tests left. The next one is a rising false flat. Then it will go back to the valley roads that he's been on after a short descent. And then he will be on to the final 2 climbs of the day. I'm kind of waiting for the camera to flick back to the peloton because it looked like something was brewing in that group. Maybe Pogacar is preparing an offensive on the Côte de Vaudry. Very steep percentages on that climb. Average of 7.2% for 1.2 kilometres. But especially on that last climb to the finish line in Vire Normandie. 10.2% average for those final 700 metres of the stage. But it's steeper in the second half. We're looking at kind of 12-13%. Healy, though, 10 kilometres remaining for the Irishman, who is making use of what he is best at. Attacking off the front of the breakaway and making sure that he holds the tempo to the line. Just under 7 minutes separate him from the yellow jersey. And actually, Healy's only 7 minutes 37 down overall. He's not going to be challenging Van Der Poel for the virtual lead of the race, but he's going to catapult himself up the general classification with this result. Of course, 10 bonus seconds given out to the winner at the line. I don't think anybody in the breakaway is concerned about the bonus seconds, though. It will just be the prestige of a Tour de France stage win. (1 minute 50 now to Quinn Simmons and Michael Storer. Healy putting on an absolute clinic at the moment in how to pace your effort as a solo rider at the front of the race. And right now, Simmons and Storer just don't have it. And neither do Yates, Van Der Poel, Dunbar, Barter and Tejada. And in this case, oftentimes with a breakaway stage win, it is not usually the strongest rider that wins. It's the most tactically astute who makes the right moves at the right time. Healy not only has done that, but he is also the strongest rider, I think, in this breakaway, and has proved that, rubber stamped that even. But Healy's moving himself up to 4th overall, 3 minutes 40 at the moment on the virtual classification, behind Mathieu Van Der Poel. But a chance for Healy even to move onto the podium if the peloton slow down, but that doesn't look like it's happening with the pace that UAE Team Emirates XRG were putting down. Healy, though, ticking away kilometre after kilometre. He's been doing this since his move with 40 to go. But this is vintage Ben Healy. I mean, he's a rider that's only 24. Will be in the battle for a white jersey contention if he can usurp Remco Evenepoel, who currently sits virtually second overall. I don't think he's going to be able to do that. But wearing the white jersey would be an honour for Ben Healy as Quinn Simmons looks to attack on the flat section. He's got to drop Michael Storer before the road goes uphill. That's Storer's preferred terrain. But Simmons goes again, looks underneath his shoulders and sees the slight Australian figure on his wheel. Storer does not want to relay, which is a bold decision with the group of Van Der Poel 38 seconds behind you. But Ben Healy has 1.5 kilometres until his final categorised ascent of the day, the Côte de Vaudreuil. 1 point given for the rider that goes over the top first. It's destined to be Ben Healy at this rate. But the salt is appearing on his jersey and his shorts. We're approaching 3 hours in the saddle, and we've done over 137 kilometres. As Trentin has a front wheel puncture, so will require a wheel change. Meanwhile, his teammate Michael Storer is trying to secure a stage podium and perhaps a second place, but that's the best he's going to get because Ben Healy is more than 2 minutes ahead of the chasing duo. And it's a chasing duo who, by the looks of Quinn Simmons' attack, have lost cooperation entirely. And Storer's shake of the head when Simmons asked him to take a turn. Storer has, though, come to the front. I think the call's been put in from the team car to say that the group, including Yates, Van Der Poel, Dunbar, Barter and Tejada, are within range still, especially with an attack over this climb, to bridge. Will any of them give it a try for a high stage placing? The only 2 riders, maybe 3, that will be interested in a high stage placing, I think, are Dunbar, Barter and Tejada. Yates and Van Der Poel, I think it's win or bust. And they've gone bust on this stage. Meanwhile, Ben Healy has got things in control. And that is a word that suits Ben Healy very well indeed. Not necessarily in control when it comes to his offensive nature, but when he's off the front, he can set a pace that he can control very well indeed. Onto the Côte de Vaudrey, 1.2 kilometres, 7.2% average. Its steepest part will come very soon when it hits 11%. And then the final climb, highest percentage to Vire Normandie is 14%. And the final 700 metres of that are at 10% average. So it's by no means an easy false flat to the line like it was on stage 2 that suited Mathieu Van Der Poel. I don't think many people will have had Ben Healy down for the stage win at the start of the day, but I think if you'd been told that Ben Healy would win this stage, you would not disagree. What I would disagree with is Ben Healy wins this stage by 2.5 minutes, but it's looking like it might just get there. 2 minutes and 18 seconds to Simmons and Storer, who turn right and will very shortly begin on the Côte de Vaudrey, swiftly followed by the Van Der Poel group. But what does the peloton do over that Category 4 test? Will any of the GC favourites show their cards? Will Kevin Vauquelin show his cards on a stage that started from his hometown? He's already tried an attack today. Did not make it over to this breakaway group, which has ended up going all the way. And Mathieu Van Der Poel kind of doing what Greg Van Avermaet did many years ago at BMC, when he took control of the yellow jersey by being in the breakaway. However, Van Avermaet won the stage in the yellow jersey from the breakaway, which I think is a little bit more iconic than what Van Der Poel's doing at the moment. Not to rain on Van Der Poel's achievements and the fact that he will move into the virtual lead of the race at the end of this stage. $200 metres left though for Ben Healy on the final categorised test of the day. Won't be interested at all in the singular point and the small pot of prize money that he will get for going over the top of this climb in first. Will solely be interested in getting up on the podium. At the end of the day, for being stage winner, 2 minutes and 25 now for EF Education EasyPost's leader. A team that lost Richard Carapaz just before the Tour de France got underway. And they had to make changes to their lineup because of it. Carapaz, of course, providing the last EF stage win at last year's Tour. But Ben Healy is about to blow his breakaway companions out of the water. And is doing it in spectacular fashion. This is an incredible ride from Healy. And he is suffering, but he will soon realise what he's done. He's got plenty of time to soak it in. Although I don't really think you can do that if you're at 180 plus BPM. But the attacks are being launched and Mathieu Van Der Poel is struggling. He's not hanging on to the acceleration from Will Barter, who is bringing Simon Yates and Eddie Dunbar with him. Tejada sticking to the wheel of Mathieu Van Der Poel. And the Dutchman is just going to pace this one in, I think. to make sure that he takes as much of a gap to Pogacar as possible in the yellow jersey. Van Der Poel should move into the jersey at the end of the day, as Matthias Skjelmose is attacking alongside Thibaut Nice. So I'm expecting the camera to go back and show us what is happening in the peloton. But Lidl-Trek apparently with a 2-up effort. And this is Michael Storer now attacking over the summit of the climb, trying to drop Quinn Simmons for good. But Simmons is clinging on, head bobbing now, gets down in the saddle, but gets back out and gets to the wheel of Michael Storer, who is continuing his effort over the top of the final climb of the day. At least the final categorized one. We've got one more rise to the line, of course. Oh no, it's a crash, sorry. Bike change for Matthias Skjelmose. So yeah, it was a bike change for Skjelmose. I was a bit weirded out that it would have been a 2-up attack. But Skjelmose gets a bike change, takes Thibaut Nice's bike, and then gets to the wheel of Tom Stroins, who's got a job on his hands to get the Dane back into the peloton. So Lidl-Trek with a man up front, but now a man trying to chase back onto the peloton. It's time that he would be losing. Healy on the radio. I think he knows he's got 1,200 metres until he adds himself to the list of Tour de France winners of a stage. And it might be the first of many for Ben Healy. 2 minutes 24 to Storer and Simmons, who look likely to complete the podium places. But there's only one man that's going to end on the stage as stage winner. And Ben Healy takes the spotlight. The man with Irish roots, representing Ireland, the former Irish national champion, 2-time Irish national champion, already at 24 years of age. And it's going to be a stage win for Ireland. Healy in the saddle. He's got plenty of time to soak this one in, but I think he just wants to get across the line and finish his effort that he started, really, at kilometre 22. But he started on his own with 40 kilometres remaining. It is a solo for the ages from Ben Healy, but it is a classic Ben Healy performance. He could not have won this in more of a Ben Healy fashion. The steepest percentages are at the end, but he's going to make it over those. Turn left. And this is a precursor to what the peloton have to do. Will the likes of Pogacar or Vingegaard, or even Remco for that matter, put in an effort on this final climb? It's certainly a chance for Pogacar to take a couple of seconds on the road. But right now, the moment is for Ben Healy, who is going to come to the line, raise his arms eventually. But the percentages are so steep that he might lose plenty of power. Healy grits his teeth, but will be able to feel the euphoria of victory soon. The percentages are so difficult at the end, but again, he's got so much time to play with that he deservedly built up across the stage, gets over the steepest part of the climb, and crosses the line alone. And it will be a long, long wait for the next rider. Ben Healy wins in Vire Normandie, and now it's the battle for second place. Storer and Quinn Simmons basically track standing really underneath the Flamme Rouge. And this might open up the opportunity for Barter, Dunbar and Yates to chase back to them. The gap might just be too big though, as Storer and Simmons begin the final climb. Yates is going to be the man to try and push on, you'd think. The lightest climber, the best on that kind of terrain. Dunbar very good as well. And Will Barter, no mug by any means. But Ben Healy, delighted with his stage win. And the camera flicks back now to Simmons and Storer. Over a minute until they get to the finish line. At the very least, with just over 500 metres to go for the chasing duo that are now chasing nobody because Ben Healy has got the stage win sealed. But Simmons leads the way, Michael Storer on his wheel. It might be the American admitting defeat here unless he can accelerate away from the Australian Tudor rider. But savage percentages on this climb, and one more effort required for these two to compete for second place on the stage. I've heard nothing from the peloton apart from the Skjelmose bike change. So it looks like it's going to stay as is in the peloton. Unless Tadej Pogacar just tries a move out of nowhere, which I wouldn't be surprised if he does on this particular climb. 250 metres for Simmons, and off goes Michael Storer. Can Quinn Simmons follow? Storer trying to get a gap, snaking across the road, but Simmons can respond and go around Michael Storer, and Quinn Simmons might just take second place in the Americans National Champions jersey on this stage. Big ride from Quinn Simmons, and Healy and Simmons, being the first riders to attack and being ever present at the front of the race, will finish 1-2. Simmons, with a shake of the head, crosses the line at 2 minutes 44 seconds behind his breakaway counterpart, and Eddie Dunbar is riding away from Will Barter, who is gritting his teeth and trying to bring the Irishman back. Yates is going to attack out of the wheel of the Movistar rider, but Eddie Dunbar looks to have got himself a profound enough gap to hold until the line, if he can pace it correctly. Yates trying to get across, but it will ultimately be in vain. Eddie Dunbar finishes 4th, with Yates 5th, and Will Barter will cross the line 6th on this stage 6 of the Tour de France. The next riders in will be Mathieu Van Der Poel and Harold Tejada. Harold Tejada will take 7th on the stage, but Mathieu Van Der Poel will move into the yellow jersey. The lowest finisher of our breakaway group, which is by no means a bad feat, because it was a very, very competent set of riders that went up the road. Incredibly talented group, but Van Der Poel, head down, crosses the line, and should be wearing the yellow jersey unless the peloton drastically increases their pace, and it is Visma Lease-A-Bike that is setting this one up. At the moment, it is Tadej Pogacar with Jonas Vingegaard sat second wheel. Tadej Pogacar slots onto the wheel of the Dane, and will Vingegaard try something? For the sake of the confidence, maybe he will, to finish ahead of Pogacar. Oscar Onley there, as well as is Florian Lipovic. Joao Almeida hanging on but grimacing. Tobias Harlan Johannesson there too, as Lipovic comes to the front with Sergio Higuita trying to squeeze up the inside of Onley around the final left-hand bend. But for now, Tadej Pogacar has finished his turn. He's gone pop, and out of the yellow jersey group he goes. Jonas Vingegaard now on the wheel of Tadej Pogacar, who might give this a go. Of course, the steepest percentages come at this point, and it's Oscar Onley leading the way with Florian Lipovic to his left. Sergio Higuita going. But Matteo Jorgensen kicks away on his own. through the centre of the road. Tadej Pogacar following, nose breathing, and going on the right-hand side of Jorgensen. Jonas Vingegaard following the yellow jersey in, and Pogacar finishes best of the GC riders. Does not take any time on Jonas Vingegaard, but does take time on basically everybody else, bar Remco Evenepoel, Mathieu Jorgensen, and there was another rider in there. I think it was Lipovitz. So it is going to be tight, I think, for the yellow jersey. I'm going to wait for confirmation. The camera flicks to Van Der Poel. But that was a very, very dull stage if you're a GC fan of some GC action. Better stage for the breakaway. Eventually, UAE Team Emirates let the gap balloon, and Ben Healy said, "Thank you very much, I'll take the stage win." And Van Der Poel is very close to getting to the yellow jersey. It's still going to be down to the commissaires, I think, as to who ends up in the maillot jaune at the end of the day. So after all the talk from Pogacar about conceding the jersey, his acceleration might just have pulled this one back onto his shoulders as Van Der Poel douses himself in some water. And Van Der Poel sits and waits for the commissaire's decision. What is the gap? As a reminder, if I go to the results page, the gap entering today between Van Der Poel and Pogacar was 1 minute and 28 seconds. And on the stage, Pogacar finishes at 5:27, Van Der Poel finishes at 3:58, which I think means that Van Der Poel takes the jersey by 1 second ahead of Tadej Pogacar. So Van Der Poel leads the Tour. Ever so slight, the gap between Mathieu Van Der Poel and Tadej Pogacar. But there's your stage result. Van Der Poel, or there's your GC, should I say. Van Der Poel, 1 second clear of Pogacar, 43 clear of Remco Evenepoel, and 1 minute ahead of Vauquelin, with Jonas Vingegaard in 5th at 1 minute 14. Ben Healy moves himself up to 8th, overall at 2 minutes and 1 second. But your stage result sees Ben Healy at the top, with Quinn Simmons and Michael Storer battling for 2nd and 3rd, the American ending up winning that well over 2.5 minutes behind Ben Healy. But the rest of the breakaway 8 finished ahead of the peloton. In the end, Lipovitz, Vauquelin, Onley, Evenepoel, Jorgensen and Jonas Vingegaard all given the same time as Tadej Pogacar, as is Felix Gal. Mas and Roglic lose 5 seconds on the road, as does Joao Almeida. And then you're looking further down for the likes of Matthias Skjelmose, whose poorly timed mechanical means that he loses 40 seconds to Tadej Pogacar. So that is the end of today's stream for today's stage. Let's have a look at what tomorrow has lined up. And here's your answer. Another hill stage on a climb that Mathieu Van Der Poel knows very well, the Mur de Bretagne. Won there in 2021 in those wonderful purple and yellow jerseys of Alpecin. What would it have been? Would it have been Deceuninck? I don't think it would have been. Either way. Was it Alpecin Phoenix at that time? I think it was. But one passage of the Côte de Village de Mur de Bretagne and 2 passages of the proper, quote-unquote, Mur de Bretagne, 2 kilometres, 6.9% average, and all of these passages of climbs do come in the final 20 kilometres of the stage. A total of 5 King of the Mountains points to be claimed by somebody. But for now, Tim Wellens is in the lead of that classification for UAE Team Emirates. Pogacar concedes the yellow jersey to Van Der Poel and concedes the green jersey, I believe, to Jonathan Milan. Although maybe not with his stage placing. That might still be up in the air. But that is the stage tomorrow. Unfortunately, I won't be there to watch along it because I'll be at work. But the stage after, I should be able to do. So, we'll be doing that one from the start, I believe, as well. So, tune in on Saturday, where we will be discussing the events of this stage on your screen right now, San Malo to Mur de Bretagne. And, that's about it from me. Have a very good rest of your day. I'm going to go and record a podcast because I'm now 2 stages behind. So I've got plenty to talk about, at least with my breakaway compatriots today. Not necessarily too much going on in the general classification. But there's your stage results. And I shall see you on Saturday. Have a very good rest of your day. Enjoy yourselves. And goodbye.